feeling that's never coming back. Scraping at the walls until my fingers start to bleed. Stain the whitewash crimson red. Mustering the will to scream, but I can't even see through all the shadows in my head. The walls are closed. Maybe I ain't lost my way. Maybe you ain't gone too far. I had nothing left to say. We had left ourselves in the dark. So tell me this, if we left the peace where they fell, will we have a lot to lose from lying to ourselves? All the times you said to me, the feeling that you felt, we lost it, we lost it. Can we get back the love we had? Get back the love we had? Or are we alone with what we lack? Get back, to get back. Get back the love we had. Get back the love we had. Or are we alone with what we lack? Get back, to get back. Maybe I ain't lost my way. Maybe you ain't gone too far. I had nothing left to say. We had left ourselves in the dark. Can we get back the love we had? Get back the love we had? Or are we alone with what we lack? Get back, to get back. Get back the love we had. Get
Hello and welcome to the opening analyst desk of Dust2IN Masters Edition 13. I'm your host, caster, commentator, analyst, a little bit of an everyman observer as well, backpackbrain. Happy to bring you all the action today in this little display of Indian Counter-Strike, the best that you will see. Once a month, every so often, we get together and we show you what the best there is in our little region. And I'm always happy to bring you the action. Now, our opening game that we will be covering, as of course there are always two semifinals going on at the same time, but we have to cover one of them, and we have chosen to cover God's Reign versus Niori Esports. Now, in terms of what this matchup means, what the event means, going into quite possibly the most important part of the Counter-Strike Professional Player Circuit, the RMRs, is the most notable of all. God's Reign, of course, they've gotten a direct invite into the close qualifier and will probably be looking to get their steps made from that qualifier, from the rest of Asia qualifier into the RMR. Make strides for the region and representation, and finally prove that all this investment and support that's been slowly trickling into the Indian Counter-Strike scene is not for nothing, and that there is truly potential in the region and in the scene. And on the other hand, of course, we have a whole bunch of other lineups that are trying in the open qualifiers and that are trying to play their best CS despite not being the top dog of the region. And Niori Esports is one of them, composed of a couple of players who have previously played for Marcos Gaming, which is the Indian core of the team. Players like Nightcase, which you may have known before from previous editions, not only of this broadcast, but of other Indian teams and players, and has even played for other lineups. And the important thing about Niori Esports, of course, is that they have some imported players, and it's actually quite interesting. One of their imported players, Wade Shot, is actually, if the page to be believed, he's actually number one ranked on FPL at the moment in the Russian region, which was actually quite impressive when you consider how many grinders and face it talents there are in the region. But you know, it's a question of whether he can actually convert that form. Now, they don't really have much in terms of HLTV maps played, Niori. They've got one map played against Carnival in an IM Rio qualifier that did not turn out to be remotely in their way. But aside from that, there should be a real chance in terms of firepower that this team can compete with the best. Now, God's Reign have been the best Indian team pretty consistently for a little while. Of course, they have in recent times started to lose a bit of form and have really played a bit more shaky and a little bit more inconsistent. And really what we're looking to see now is whether they can actually commit to being the best in the region. Now, in the absence of true rippers, which will, you know, have to spare some time for. True Rippers notably not playing in this event right now. Most would consider them the second best, if not the best, other team in the region. And it's quite interesting to see that they have chosen not to participate, maybe trying to practice a little bit longer for the RMR and the qualifier there, because Godsrain, they of course do have a direct invite, and with that they'll be able to spend a little bit less time really making sure that they may have the spot. Of course, then they can maybe look forward to this event a bit more, but it is so interesting to note, of course. And in terms of teams that are signed up for the qualifier for the RMR, you have Naori, who we'll be seeing play shortly. They've signed up, and Victoria SUMUS, formerly of Too Easy players, composed mostly of Too Easy players. If you remember the Too Easy lineup that participated in previous editions and if in previous attempts to qualify for the major and stuff like that. Of course, we're familiar with those teams. They've also signed up to make their way towards that major. And so this is really the precursor to that RMR, which will be happening in a week or so, at least for the qualifiers to the RMRs, which is, of course, the first and most important step. You know, it's very important that you take things step by step, especially when you're coming from this foundational standpoint, where we haven't seen Indian teams on land that often. We haven't seen them make through these qualifier spots that aren't just for them. So, of course, the Sky Esports qualifying slot is directly linked to the Indian region. So, of course, an Indian team will make it through. But as you might expect, the rest of Asia qualifier, for example, is not just India. There's a whole bunch of other regions in there that will have to be fighting for that slot. And it'll be an interesting conversation. It'll be an interesting conversation for sure. I believe you'll be fighting against teams like that Owner Pixel team that was recently signed for the express purpose of trying to get into the RMR through these open qualifiers, since the Asian region still has open qualifiers while the European region has done away with them. And so now really we're looking forward to what can a team like Nuri Esports do to test God's Reign. How strong is God's Reign? How strong is their preparation in the lead up to what is going to be one of their most important tournaments to date? And they've been looking for a coach as well, God's Reign. It's important to note that finally they've been taking steps towards that. They have had briefly Pokemon as a coach, but it was not a permanent position. Of course, Pokemon is not a coach of European origin, so there's only so much that you can really develop, versus if a European coach was, or European analyst was to work with them, then there would be a lot more progress that could be made in terms of tactical improvements. You know, there's only so many Miracle, Blitz, Mara style Mongols combinations that you can have. You know, at some point you do have to accept that injection of foreign talent and influence is what teams like God's Reign need to really get that edge and consolidate dominance over the region. And it actually reminds me of back in the COVID times when we had Renegades in the Australian region playing online. They really established a 100% win rate dominance when they had Mytha coaching them, and Mytha would remotely, you know, show up, give them the details, give them some strats to work with. And of course that was back when Dexter was still on the team, and they would absolutely dominate in the region. And then eventually, of course, that was lost, and now that slowly and surely it's been shakier and shakier. Of course, we're mixing up a few years and storylines along the way, but the point being that while God's Reign are the best in the region, and indeed I expect them to win this matchup, I'm not necessarily shocked if they lose just because of the firepower that Niori could present. And that's what we're really here for. And so when we slowly get into stuff like the map veto and other discussions, we don't have much data on what Neri could be going for, but I would expect them to go towards, you know, common ground. We've pretty much never seen Indian teams go for a Vertigo or a Nuke. It's been mostly Nuke, mostly Mirage Inferno, Ancient, Anubis, stuff like that. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see another middle of the ground map pool again. Stuff like Ancient, into Inferno, into Mirage, a very standard map pool that will allow both teams to really put the players against each other. It's probably going to come down to a battle of individuals at the end of the day. That's the style that Nuri are going to come up with. Well, God's Reign are kind of a similar vibe in terms of firepower over tactics. I would say True Rippers are the team that actually prioritizes tactics, with, of course, the coach of YB versus God's Reign not necessarily prioritizing that as much, or at least so far I've not managed to prioritize it, but that doesn't mean that Bobby can't cook up something special here and there. And so, of course, we will be in waiting for that. Of course, we are merely waiting to see what kind of action awaits us. Now, in terms of players to look out for on the side of both teams, God's Reign, Revan has had a bit of a dip in form lately, has had a bit of a downturn, but of course is capable of turning up at any moment. And Finn is always the consistent rifling star, which I always have my eyes on. But on the other side, we have the imported players Carmen and Wade Shot, who are really going to have to prove their worth as imported players, as it's not necessarily easy to just plug and play as if it's a five-man stack. Of course, there's still team elements even at this level. There's still a high level of team play and coordination required to pull that kind of thing off. And so if you're looking at a player like Wade Shot, who is going to come in purely as an individual talent, purely to find a multi-frag, to hold multiple kills on a CT bomb side, or to find entries or clutches, that's exactly what you have to do. It's not just enough to get your one kill and be done with it. Of course, if that was the case, then it would be preferable to have a one nationality lineup and get that increased efficiency in communication. But the trade-off to communicate in different languages is supposed to be, of course, that you then have an individually skilled team and maybe better fits for the roles than what you could manage in the region. And that's what's going to be the case here as well. And so that's what we're really looking forward to. And of course, while Gauze and other favorites, I would honestly say Niori have a fairly decent chance of making a little bit of a dent in this game. And even if they get some good starts and some pistol rounds, I wouldn't be surprised to see what kind of upset could be awaiting us. Although I do expect Gauze once again to clean up house as they have so often done, back to back, etc. It's been so many times now that Gauze have won the Dust2 Masters, or Dust2IN Masters rather, and I honestly don't expect it to stop now, but it's a matter of wait and see in this case. And the video looks like it will be going live, as I may commentate it to you live, as one is wont to do. Very interesting. We've already seen bands of Mirage and Ancient, so this is actually a very different map pool to what we usually expect to see. Now, of course, Dust2 is probably a very likely pick as well, very middle of the ground map. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Nuri just picking the Dust2, try to lean into the aim. Of course, everybody knows the reputation of face grinders on maps like Dust2, but I'm surprised to see a Mirage ban from the side of God's Reign as well as an Ancient ban from the side of Niori. May actually make a lot more sense if you consider how good God's Reign are on Ancient. So I'm very interested to see what map gets picked here. I'm not sure exactly what was picked. But I guess the video will reveal itself to us coming in totality quite shortly. So it's not so big of a deal. I'm excited to get into the game. See, hopefully, crossing my fingers, although Nuka's already banned, so I don't expect to see anything fancy. But if we could see a Vertigo even, that would be nice. Dust2, Inferno, and Anubis, I think we can live with that. We can live with that kind of circumstance. First map being, of course, Dust2. And, well, looking forward to bringing you Dust2 shortly. Don't go anywhere.
just know the second that you close your eyes, I'm bringing you back to life. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Why do I want you back? Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Hearts that coded, no one's home. You're scattered all alone, can't do it on your own. You're scared that all of your screams will fall silent, but just know the second that you close your eyes, don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you? I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you? I'm bringing you back to life. That coded, no one's home. You're scattered all alone, can't do it on your own. You're scared that all of your screams will fall silent, but just know the second that you close your eyes, I'm bringing you back to life. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. The second that you close your eyes, I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you? I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you? I'm bringing you back to life. Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. misguided, led astray, trusted too easy, blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was
And here we are live with the pistol round of God's Reign versus Niori Esports. God's Reign starting on that CT side, of course. We're looking forwards to a fantastic puggy game on Dust2, and Fired Up opens it up with a kill straight into bedroom, clears it out, gets that frag and departs immediately. Now, on the other side of the map, R2 punished on that lowers aggression, and Revan spotting behind him backs him up a little bit, but still relatively even playing field, 4-on-4. Not a huge progression. Barbie does get dinked in middle as he does try to clarify the circumstance. Now, Revan trying to take advantage of that, but is indeed punished as well. So it's going to be a 3v4 already at a disadvantage. God's Reign playing with a lot of info. Finn can clear this out if he's diligent about it, and indeed he is. So they've lost the B-bomb site. Barbie a little bit eager to get that territory back, and he's going to pay for that with his life. So the bomb will go down shortly. We'll see if God's Reign can make anything happen in this 2-on-3. Finn giving away his position, and Fired Up still yet to reveal himself, putting that fear in the side of Niori, but maybe those jumps could have revealed it. It's a matter of perspective, and now they definitely know with the multiple guns and reloading, so Niori shouldn't have much to doubt, and already should look like a pistol round locked in for them. It is their map pick of Dust2, and we'd be expecting them to show a bit of a stronger face on that map, but of course Dust2, you know, it's hard to necessarily favor one team over another from factors other than just the basics that you get to see. And looking at that pistol round loss gives God's Reign nothing pleasant to look at all. Just a couple of USPs. Not even a single bit of utility or a Zeus or anything brought in. Just USPs. And spread across the map. Not even in a stack. So expect this round to be over with momentarily. While I might still favor God's Reign overall, that doesn't mean that in rounds like these they're not any different to the other kind of team. That's a crazy kind of round to see. Fired Up. How does he get away with that? Knife out, just walks out of the smoke, not even gun out. He manages to actually get his pistol out in time to get a frag. That's way more than what should have happened at all. And so we will be seeing the guns come out finally. Good long spawn here, but Lens opts not to necessarily take instant advantage of it. Goes for an instant smoke, but doesn't peek with it. Instead, playing a bit more delayed. Letting the round play itself out rather than forcing the issue, as we so often see with the spawns on this map. Map control afforded, slowly but surely. We'll see Carmen walking through. Doors are smoked, so he should be able to cross somewhat safely. Barbie not fighting for it, down catwalk, opting to stay back on short. And it's actually the peak all the way through to mid. All the way to the back of cat is where that frag comes in. Fired Up, the one to deliver. And it's interesting to see Fired Up taking the AWP. But I guess it's a matter of economy. Of course, it's difficult to get that AWP if you lose all those frags. Fired Up, the only one to get pistol round kills as such, the only one who can afford the AWP. Better to have one than not have one, is I guess the perspective they've opted to have. And now Barbie just firing at the heads of the players. Niori pay a hefty toll to cross all the way to site. It's a 2v4 and make that a 1v4. It's not pretty. And Wade Shot unable to do anything. We're yet to see the best out of them as the third round completes and God's Reign finish that one off. And we already see the use of the new short box to get quick short access. As the force buy has come in for Niori, opting to go heavy into long, and it'll be Barbie who will be tested. The sole player towards long, a very mid-century defense, but the mid is not going to be tested. It's actually going to be all the way out of long. Now, there's already a flank brewing. Revan is pushed up very far ahead, but nobody's actually fighting for long from the side of God's Reign. The closest thing they have is Barbie kind of spotting over on this side, but he doesn't actually have any control. He's playing a very risky game here. If he jumps a little bit too far, it's his head on the line. Interested to see how slow Niori are taking this. At this point, they should know. Chances are high they're surrounded. They don't have a lurk in middle to pay attention to this. Wave shot is now clearing this out very late, but will he check to his close right? Let's see what he sees as he peeks out this angle. And indeed, maybe it's 16 by 9 or 4 by 3, that kind of issue. But again, another easy kill, just walking one by one. They took this long control, but I'm not sure they were expecting to be given it for so freely, and that gamble actually pays off. God's Reign have no qualms about just giving up long in this circumstance. Not having the utility necessary to fight for it, they're content with giving it up. Maybe just hoping that Niori dwells and suffers in that. And we see them go down one by one. Nothing to be had. In fact, not even a single frag from that force buy. God's Reign already asserting their dominance. It's only been a short amount of time, and yet we already see the superior team player work. Niori, it's been not enough rounds to necessarily say that for sure, so I will give them time. But as soon as the guns come out, God's Reign have been looking 100% confidence. And that's exactly the kind of thing that you would want to see from them, right? When they're playing in RMR, when they're playing to represent the entire nation. And it's fired up, who's going to have to do a lot more than that if he wants to keep it clean. Carmen with that Glock kill, it's a little bit embarrassing to just give it up like that. A lot of pressure on him, a lot of reputation to uphold. And he gets nothing for it. At least the AWP is saved, so it's not going to spiral out of control. Revan can at least hold the line in his place. He gets the tag. The tag is not the kill. It's going to have to be R2. They're trying to bait him into it, and indeed it works. First kill is his. Second kill, as easy as you like. And now it's just a shooting gallery. They get them one by one by one. And the Glock also has nothing to deliver. So, a little bit embarrassing for Fired Up, but one kill and the retrieving the over the all basically means it's negligible. Better to lose it and get it back than to let it spiral out of control, as often happens. And we'll see what kind of play is run. Perhaps a bit more of a long-centric play coming into things. We already see Nickais flash, blinded, gets out of the dumpster, doesn't make it in time, and Barbie asserts his dominance. Double kill. Doesn't let them come out of the doors in the first place. And indeed, it's the lack of counter utility that actually screws that one up completely for the side of Niori, because if they had a couple of flashes layered over that, maybe Barbie doesn't actually see enough, but it doesn't seem like that's necessarily the issue. And indeed, they're allowed free reign to just get all those frags. God's Reign not hindered in the slightest. A couple of layered flashes, that smoke. It maybe allows Nightcase to jump over, make it to behind blue, behind that dumpster. But hold on a second. I think they don't realize. I don't think they realize that the entirety of the bomb site is lost. They're not watching it at all. They're taking it for granted, but the entire bomb site is not in their possession. The smoke comes in, they finally realize. Naded the smoke, trying to get a bit of control. Revan flashed off the angle. They can actually get this bomb down if the flame doesn't destroy them. It's an AWP. Okay, well, Finn with that kill has sealed the deal. And Revan peeks in. Very good proactive play. You have to give credit where credit is due. Good proactive play from the side of God's Reign to realize as soon as they have lost that territory that they need to be very active in getting it back. They can't just let Niori play a retake or play a post plant and then have to retake it to the B bomb site of Dust2. Once infamous, of course, for being so hard to retake. And I mean, it's been a rough go of things. It's not been pretty. Another rush, another alternate look. Very limited opportunities to do something special. I mean, look at the utility. Of course, you've only got one smoke and one flash, and the flash goes out now. It's a good flash. If you wanted one thing from a flash, that would be it. But Fired Up doesn't fall for it. Falls back this time. Doesn't let his destiny, but he actually goes forward. And he goes for the peak. He's got confidence in it this time. Despite the flashbang completely blinding him, Revan's got his back. And it seems that they're content with passing over the orb to Revan or Fired Up as circumstance desires. Now, I can't say I approve of not necessarily having a primary AWP, but Fired Up and Revan have both been primary AWPers, so you can understand that functionality is not hindered so much. Especially on a map like Dust2, a lot of spawn-based reasonings that you would opt to decide with. Let's see if the flashes are laid better this time. Wait, sure. Does he at least make it all the way out? He doesn't even opt to do it. He just looks away, plays anti-flash, and tries to prevent the play, and indeed it works fine. The smoke play works out perfectly, and Wade Shaw gets 2 kills on long, opening up the way for the entire of Niori to make it up long. But they don't go fast on it. They don't accelerate. They don't go avalanche mode. They actually just stop and wait, looking for a mistake, and actually the mistake is going to be made. Patience rewarded. 2v5. Now this would be an ultimate throw to lose a round like this, because any IGL or any player knows that this one is free, especially with Finn giving away his position, the nade. He doesn't even get a kill with it. I mean, this is done deal. Barfi can't find a clean one. And that's more like it. That's the kind of laid long take that you expect. The flashes, the instant smoke on the corner to prevent the frags from coming in the way that they did before. That's what you call adapting on the fly and leveling up your game. And it's that kind of adaptation that could see them taking multiple fights. Another long spawn. I suspect we might see the exact same play happen again. If it worked the first time, why change it? And this time, it will be the AWP taking the pick. Let's see if he manages it. Just misses the timing. It's unfortunate. Molotov doesn't stop him. Oh, and the timing shot works out perfectly. You can see on the extra, it's a matter of milliseconds, and he makes it work. Another time now the opening has been given over towards long, and Carmen just dancing back and forth. Fido was looking to lock that down in the absence of the AWP, but looks like he wasn't ready. Now it's a 3v5 again, something that any IGL is looking at this and salivating for an easy round win. But of course, is it that easy? Let's see how Niori chooses to play it out. For starters, they've made the right gamble. They've taken it towards B, cut off the rotation. In a matter of speaking, Carmen is just not patrolling it. Of course, he wasn't aware if there was any rotations before that smoke faded, but his job has been done, whether he realizes it or not. Players are about to walk into an empty B bomb site, and it's a 3-man save over towards A and long. I mean, this is exactly the kind of adaptation that you expect to see. If you're Niori, you want to realize that long is exploitable in that fashion, especially with the spawns. We saw 2 good long spawns. Of course, the very first time, Barbie just got 2 kills, but this time, you lay the flashes, you throw the instant smoke, you have the all posted up on the angle. It's a different look to just getting the rifle out. There's multiple ways you can approach this. And opting to use each one to great effect, you have to give credit. Do a full buy. God's Rain built up a fairly decent chunk of cash. Change in cash, one could say. Hold on a second. Finn is pushing in. He just goes in and straight up dies to Nightcase. It's a little bit presumptuous to just go for that peak straight up. Could have been all posted up. Could have been any number of things. But he does not give a single care in the world for that. And a lot of pressure is now on Barbie. Solo defender on this B bomb site. He is mollied out and headshot instantly. Not given any opportunity to play into it. Bomb has been planted. And indeed, it's been back to back different looks for Niori, but all the same very successful. And this double AWP, I mean, even if you get that kill, there's no way you're going for the retake, right? That's just too expensive to justify it. I mean, God's Reign have really got to get a hold on things. I'm not sure I quite understand the player Finn pushing up middle. It doesn't actually really make sense. It's not like it was necessarily backed up by an AWP. They got two AWPs on this CT side. Why not simply lock down the angles, maybe do an AWP rifle tandem push, hold the angle and find control in the meantime? There's a whole bunch of ways you could do it that don't involve just hoping to find the lucky timing. God's Reign can't play like that and hope to win in dominant fashion like they usually do against most teams in this region. And if I'm seeing that right, 0 of 3 tactical timeouts remaining. It's already been just about one half. One more chance with a bunch of full buys. And they need 2 chances because they would have money regardless. They built up so much cash, it's just impossible for them not to do so. But that doesn't mean they can't lose both of these rounds and actually come out negative in the half when all comes down to it. This time a more reasonable look. Fired Up is actually surprisingly unconcerned, but his nonchalance and confidence may indeed rewarded with that kill. We'll see who bites first. It's kind of a cat and mouse game. Wade shot and Fired Up. Fired Up actually opts to look towards unders, and he has the right idea. It's just the wrong timing for it. Carmen pops up from Xbox and gets that frag. In the meantime, Revan filling that hole, but the AWP's already ready for it. Will he expect that the AWP is already prepared for a second repeak? It doesn't matter. His position is known now, and indeed, he falls hook, line, and sinker, bedded straight into it. A lot of great fundamentals, great angle awareness as well from Niori. Pretty much expecting everything the God's Reign have been doing so far. Nothing has caught him off guard ever since they've started getting these rounds back to back. Now, R2 has fished this frag out, and there is still a lurk. We'll see if they predict this lurk from Nike's. He's hidden all the way. And they've got their backs turned, so it looks like he'll be able to get all of them if he plays for time, but instead he plays to delay. The bomb is, of course, already planted, and it doesn't even matter because he gets the kill anyway. God's Reign need to do a little bit more than that if they want to win. But right now, honestly, it's been Niori who's been outplaying them at every turn. Wade Shot and Carmen playing fairly strong. We've seen Nightcase as well have his moments. Spotted 2 players on the cross. Of course, they know they've been spotted, so Fired Up is going to have to do something about that. And again, fighting for middle, not letting this round streak phase them. God's Reign are definitely ready to brawl. They get the tag, but not the kill. Looking to finish it up, but the nade is in the wrong direction. And they've actually got the complete info here. Fired Up is pushed through into uppers. Tunnels is clear. So we'll have to wait and see. Carmen could go for this pop-up Xbox peek again. He's not too secretive about his presence. They seem to be aware about what's going on here. And indeed, Carmen clears it out. Fired Up just with his back turn once again. A lot of kills from behind right now. And a great spray control, controlling that chaos It was a little bit antsy there. He was caught between smoke, Molotov, throwing that utility, but he manages to clear it out. It is still a winnable round for God's Reign if they find the timing. Players, you can see, slowly running all the way. Carmen's going to have to hold the line in this position. He's mollied out, taken down. Now, the good thing about this is there actually hasn't been a commitment, but there's only 19 seconds. They actually have to go in now. They don't have time to decide whether to go to A or B. They only have one choice. But it seems like God's Reign didn't realize that. They were just waiting, looking to see where else the players could be. And the bomb's going to have to go down sooner or later. Velocity's holding for that smoke frag. He just doesn't get the angle held in the right manner. And Lens can only get one. And so it's a recovery. Nonetheless, it is a recovery. God's Reign will find one round to stem that momentum and prevent too much from going out of their control. Now, they are out of timeout, so they're going to have to do this T-side the hard way. Piece around looks like a very good B spawn, and of course, we know Dust2. We see a spawn, and we go for it every single time. It's a ubiquitous map. Even in CS2, we haven't seen the spawn changes the way that we've seen for many other maps, and so Dust2 still maintains that kind of ebb and flow. Long spawn, short spawn, B spawn, all the same. Lens spotting with a lot of utility. If he goes down for free here, that's going to be a lot of expensive stuff gone down, but it's actually Carmen to get 2 frags. He's done a good job to stem that. But actually, Wayshot, who's on the boost, he was supposed to get even more done, but it seems like the entirety of the B bomb side is lost despite Carmen doing so much. Great shots being hit from God's Reign. And 2v3 retake. Molly to the right location. They should hear that tick. And they're going to have to do a lot more than just wait for Molotov burning damage. Velocity starts at 1-on-3 with the frag, but just too much for him to handle. Too many angles and goes down pretty early. So God's Reign, they start with the pistol. It's a good beginning. It's still quite unclear whether Dust2 is T-sided, CT-sided. Of course, we were just getting settled with Dust2 on CS2, and then the box change has completely thrown a spanner in this. Suddenly, CTs can quickly jump into short, get mid control, crunch into mid. Our priorities have changed. So we're still waiting to see necessarily how it shakes up. I mean, it's just a great thing about Counter-Strike, right? Like, you add one box in Dust2, you add one bench in Mirage, that entire dynamic of the map is changed. It's one of the beautiful things about our game here. That you can just have a small little modification. Self-flash straight out into long. Of course, it is only USP, but this time we do see a couple of little investments. We see a Zeus and we see a Deagle. Velocity content to just waste its health on the peak. That's the kind of plays you do have to make when you're on a little eco like this. But nothing to be done. The encroachment onto long is nothing if not successful. And God's Reign converts. No harm done. Now, I will say, as a bit of a side comment, it is a purely inefficient economic decision from Wayshot here to not just die to a rifle, if possible, because of the slight differences in winning a game from frags, winning a round from kills versus winning a round from bomb plants. Or bomb explosion, rather. So it's actually an objective inefficiency for Wade Shot because he wasn't even saving armor or a weapon. But of course, you know. We'll let the pros continue to do their job. It's always very interesting to see these microeconomic decisions. And speaking of decisions, looks like with all those long takes, Niori are familiar with the timings themselves. They don't fall prey to it. And if you look at the minimap right now, the only control that the T's have is towards middle. They don't have a long lurk. Not just now, they're creeping back into B. And it's Wade playing an off angle there to receive them. We'll see Bobby on that entry. He knows there's a player tucked, but he can't find that kill. Now, what he may not know is whether the players drop down or fall them back, and slowly creeping away is Lens. He manages to escape, and indeed escapes the better way. Although nowadays, I guess it doesn't even matter, because if you drop down, you can use the box to find an angle. Which is, of course, a new development. Carmen's going to be tested in the meantime. He's the only one tasked with this. 3 players are towards A. Carmen's the only player they have, and he's got utility out. He gets 1.5 kills. Better than 0, but he could have actually asked for more. It's actually Nightcase is forced into the issue, and he doesn't even get 1. Very well read. Now, will they realize their Wade Shot is here? They have to, because they haven't felt any pressure from the entirety of the bomb side. They don't realize that he's in the back, but he can't find the clean headshot. And so it looks like this 2v3 is destined to end in failure unless Velocity can get it started quickly. He's not even looking in the right direction, but the orb shot whizzes past his head. Molotov should prevent any further action. His teammate's so far away. It has to be a save. It just has to be. In God's Reign, they had a real opportunity to throw that one away, but they recover it. They get their control. They use what they have, which was that space over towards mid, put some pressure onto short, and Niori is actually so afraid of that they've got so many players lean towards A. In fact, it's only 1 towards B, and a player hiding behind that CT left side cubby box, playing for his own cheeky angles with no backup, no utility, and that actually ends up costing them big time. Gozren, despite the fact that we expect them to win, this is Niori's map pick. If they were ever going to win anything, it would have been here. I don't expect them to do that much coming into the next map. This time not fighting for the angle itself. There will be flashed back into it. R2 is already out though, so it's a matter of whether he can hold this or not. He has the right idea and he holds his nerve. Gets a second kill as well. Very well done, and Carmen can't even find another trade. He actually does get one just in time. Finishes off the prior kill, but I mean, the damage has been done. The round is over. The round was over, but Wade Shot, he actually gets the kill into middle and rotates immediately. He's already on site. The Molotov, it does good damage, but he still gets a frag. Now, there is a flank going on here. Does Lens pay attention to it? No, he does not. The second lurk in unders is what catches him off guard. And a very messy round, something that could have gone either way. It was initially God's Reign's round, of course, but when rounds go so fast that flanks upon flanks start happening, you never really know what could happen. Been a good game from Carmen so far, 15 and 10. Carmen and Wade Shot, we expected them to do a little bit of carrying and lifting, and that's indeed what's happening here. Velocity and Lens, on the other hand, have had a pretty abysmal go of things. Pretty much never really had to say their names. At least Nightcase has had some nice moments, some good rounds. He had a lurk, I remember, and of course, he's finding some frags here and there, but It's clear that this team's priority is to let Wade Shot come and elevate them into contention, and it's just not happening. And it's another buy back into a Karma with the open, not much more. In the meantime, everybody else buys around it. A little bit of utility here and there. White Shot's already tagged up on the cross. And Len's now too scared to fight further into with that Molotov being thrown. We will see what else they can do though, because there's still a regression happening. Len's, despite being too afraid to go into it, he's not afraid to just hold this call-out angle. He had the right idea, but the frags just come in one by one. The entire hold falls apart. Wage on Carmen once again have to do the brunt of the lifting. Velocity, I don't know how much faith they have in him. He's again in this position. They should have expected this. He gets 2. He expects the 3rd, but he's running really low on ammo. 9 bullets, and he gets the dink. The utility is streaming into him, and he still managed to get another kill before he goes down. How did they let that happen? How did they let him get 3 kills when they know his position from the outset? It should have been much more predictable than this. Now, the issue is, of course, Carmen is going to have to do a lot more fighting. He just continues to fight with a USP instead of changing anything about that angle. So it's a very strange commitment to make with the AWP. I'm not sure how I feel about that. There was an opportunity if he just committed to either giving up that angle or getting the AWP out. But that being the case, yet another buy-in. This time very heavy towards long, but it's not been towards long most of the time for God's Reign. It's been very variety focused. We've seen mid hits into B, we've seen some short control, and indeed we're going to see some more short control now. Barbie leads the charge, looks for the heads of the site holds, flashed off, but he should be able to get one. FAMAS says no. Okay, this is a bold play to make. Very bold play to make. Giving up your gun all the way walking. He could have just opted to do that while holding his FAMAS, but instead decides to just walk up with his USP into short. Sees the booster, dies with his USP in hand. And it's rounds like those that make you really question whether Niori has what it takes. Not just as a team, but on an individual level. If you're making that kind of mistake against God's Reign, I don't think they're going to let that one slide. They had that opening frag, and they've now really botched it. It's a lot on Lens now. Lens and Velocity together on this side are going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting. He does well to get one. All things considered, how it's been so far, Carmen not making any bones about it. No secrets here. They know he's down here. The question is, who else is helping him out? Velocity. It's going to be a flash and go situation. The only one going is Carmen straight into the grave. Wade Shot's going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting. Doesn't even get the first frag. And 1 round away from winning it all. At least winning the first map. Niori, in the first half, you could have been fooled into thinking they had something going here, but if I'm not mistaken, they haven't won a single round on this half. Wade Shot's been stuck on B, doing his best, getting multi-frags and still going down. And this A-hole has really just been prone to collapse, to put it bluntly. Through the smoke, through all the util, doesn't even get that first kill. Carmen does well to get that trade somehow, some way. But in the midst of all that chaos, we see nothing more than the expected. Finn with that spam into it all. He's here to finish the job. And Wade Shot is just counting his seconds until the round is over. And there you have it. God's Reign take that first map. First half, a little bit close, but the rest of it was just in dominant fashion. That second half, they did not let their foot off the gas, and that CT side just exploiting the vulnerable players. And indeed, showcasing what we know them for, showcasing that dominance. And, we're happy to see them play well. Looking forward to see whether Niori can bounce back or whether this will just be the classic story of God's Reign making their way to the grand final. All that and more awaits you after this break. Don't go anywhere. Map 2 will be coming up very shortly. And it looks like... Oh, never mind. Bit of a false start there. We'll be with you shortly. Okay, here we go. Map 2, God's Drain versus Niori Esports. We are on the map pick of God's Drain after a 13-6 bashing by God's Drain on Niori's map pick of Dust2. And Finn starting off as he means to go on with an entry in Banana. Finn, a bit of a banana menace on this map. Always good for the entry, always good for the spam through the smoke and the fire on this bomb site. And Niori is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting and heavy fighting. If you can't even clean up a frag like that, it's going to be a long and yet perhaps impossibly short game ahead of us. If they manage to clean this one up quick. Let's see what they have to offer. Lens, off to a better start than he was last time. But it is still a 3v4. And there's a flank all this while. Let's see what Fired Up can get done. He's already got one in the bag if he doesn't bottle it. Waiting a little bit too long, maybe even going for a knife. Oh, he's thinking of it, but he sees two players and he thinks better of it. He doesn't even think better of it, he just goes for the knife anyway. That's an AWP funded right there. 4,900 in the bank for Fired Up. You know what he's buying with that. Round 2 AWP, ladies and gentlemen. The temptation, professional player, amateur playing, face it, or just matchmaking or casual, you will buy the AWP. Fired Up is thinking, oh, no, you know what? He shows restraint. Good job. Because a little voice will always whisper in your ear. Buy the orb. Looks like we'll be seeing a USP stack over on B. Not going for the classic Astralis, of course, which would be over here, but instead going for a more reasonable approach, which is a bunch of different off angles. Now, of course, I won't amount to anything because the entirety of the A bomb site is empty, and that's where God's Rain have chosen to plant their bomb. And so we won't see anything happen in this round. Now, interesting to see whether they go for a save, a full save, or another buy in the next round, because Waitshot did buy a 5-7 for some reason. I always wonder to myself, when the guns at utility are so important in the subsequent round, why do players buy the 5-7 or a Deagle in a round like this where they know they're going to buy next? And you know what, he got one kill, so it almost paid for itself, you could say it like that. But there's only so much that can be done, of course. I believe in you, you can get, yep, there you go, get one more. That's actually quite good damage. The AKs didn't get retrieved at all. So, very well done from Niori in that round. The stack actually ends up paying off in a way that they didn't quite expect, and it allows them to have a real chance to not get the economy, not let the economy get out of hand. It's still in reach, control is reachable. And let's see if the banana fight happens. Carmen pushes forward. He can't see a single thing. He's got his gun out. Players all around him. What a mess. Velocity is just in the middle of this entire fight. How he manages to get one, I have no idea. But through all that chaos, the second player did die, and a third player has taken that space. Nightcase is now here, fighting alone. And God's Rain have to hear alarm bells going off right now, and third player's rotated towards B. What's the setup look like? It's a 3v4. The weapons are kind of better for the CTs, although of course it is an SMG being put over. And Nightcase, I'm surprised that they didn't pounce on that, but maybe they didn't hear his footsteps. A little bit ahead of this play, actually sees that there's nothing behind this, but that could be a red herring. And he doesn't even get the first kill. He needed that one to hold it down, and these guns are definitely going to save now. Despite the damage done, you just can't justify going for it. In God's Rain, they continue their streak. 3-0. And I mean, that's just textbook Inferno right now, is to get banana control and, you know, tick down the timer, get your kills, and eventually execute onto banana. And you just force rotations all the time because it takes so long to rotate between bomb sites, especially with the amount of open angles that you have to clear out on the way back and on the way forwards. Committing to a bomb site ends up being the play, and then executing into B, for example, it's just the easiest decision to come to. Take the timer down and let it go. Interesting to see that they got for a force buy in this round. Players with guns drop their guns and buy their own. The utility is actually fairly substantial, all things considered. They should have enough to fight for all the important choke points at this rate. But it's not even going to be a real banana play. No one's specifically fighting for it. In fact, it's going to be an A heavy lean from the beginning, and it's only Lens here. And he throws you to a little bit early. That should be a fantastic nade, and indeed it is. But he's peeking with utility. Throws a flash and leaves. Now let's see whether the regress pays off for him. All the players kind of teetering around on the CT side of the bomb site, but it looks like the regress is actually happening into Banana. Slowly and surely, the deep smoke will fade. Carmen doesn't have one to replace it, so he's going to have to fall back as soon as he spots danger. Now, the bomb is leading the way, but he doesn't even see that. The flash completely blinds him, and... well, the rotation is very slow here. Very slow indeed. Carmen's left out to dry. He gets one and he almost gets a second. That should be enough to make him go for it. Trade, meanwhile, on the other side of the map. The rotation is slow, but the bomb's not down yet, so they have time to make this one work. Lens is already waiting in church. Looking for any stragglers, but Finn, the master of Banana, no matter which angle he takes, it's going to clear that one out. Now it's just too little too late, I feel like. They'll need their kill instantly. Wade Shot's now got a 1-on-3 on his hands. Lens just peeking in without his teammate. Impatient. Afraid. Wanting to push that situation once that player disadvantage set in. And I mean, this is the bread and butter of Inferno right here. Even when the early aggression is towards A, exploiting the fact that the CTs just can't hold that utility much longer. The necessary adaptation there from Niori is to drop multiple smokes towards B and let the anchor player, in that circumstance, drop multiple smokes, fake out the number of players on the bomb site, play some mind games on the CT holds. That's the next layer of attack. That's what we're waiting to see. Because if they can start pulling that kind of stuff off, or if they can alternatively just start pushing all the way into apartments, I mean, if that's what you're going to do to win the rounds, then I can't really fault you for it, but... I mean, once again, we see aggression and leaping MP9. Carmen, no fear. It's a low-buy round, go nuts, he says. And he's rewarded with a frag, and this smoke actually locks him out completely. Gets a gun for his troubles, but on the other side of the map, Revan actually gets 2 kills now. Do they expect Lens to be here? Doesn't matter, he whiffs his chance to get that frag. And it's an A hit at the end of the day, which finishes the round off. Velocity will, of course, hang around for a weapon. Maybe he can sneak an MP9 or a gun. At the very least, could force the players to go down to the bomb. Just with his presence alone. And it looks like he's found his prized possession. So, 5 rounds. Nothing more, nothing less. This is kind of what we expected from God's Reign. They were the better team. And in fact, it was impressive that Niori pushed them on equal playing field on Dust2 to start. Although, of course, a lot of that was exploiting just long over and over. 3 rounds, in fact. Just exploiting long, and then it was a matter of playing out the rest of the half from there. But, I mean, it's been chances that Niori have had. It's not like they've been left out to dry. It's just a question of whether they can actually start adapting and stop wasting utility early, necessarily. Now, a deep smoke has been thrown, but the problem with that deep smoke is there's already a player ahead of it. Finn is not afraid at all. They double nade him. They knew he was coming. Question is, that frag didn't actually come as a result of those nades. So, what do they actually do with all this positioning and information? They fall back. It's a man disadvantage to spout all that because fired up, found a frag. In the interim, another apartment's aggression has failed this time around. And this is the adaptation, flashing them back into top banana. Now, they don't have utility. They've run out of smokes once again. So Carmen's going to have to play a bit more patiently. And he actually does have a smoke. I stand corrected. And this is exactly what I was suggesting is 1 extra smoke is the difference between losing that banana hold. Now, it's a matter of timing. It's just a little bit early, of course. Still enough time for God's Reign to execute off of this, and we'll see how good this fake can be. Fired Up is just gonna have to make noise because it's 30 seconds now. It's a bit too late for the entirety of his team to reunite with him, so he's gonna have to start distracting sooner or later. The rotations are coming. Lens is realizing the jig is up. Carmen's gonna have to either stand and fight or wait for the retake, and Fired Up finds that kill, but is traded on the other side of the map. We've seen that come through. Carmen a little bit too early on that fight. They had utility for a retake. He would have played with his teammate, and now it forces Lens to go for this kind of Hail Mary spray that just doesn't work out at all. 2v3. Through the smoke, he didn't see it. He didn't see it. That wasn't even a 4-3. That was right in his crosshair. I can't believe it. Should have been his frag any day of the week. What a mess. Even when they're given the opportunity, even when they're given the chance, Carmen, for all the good he does, regressing into Banana earlier in the round, he undoes it all by just straight up swinging through that smoke, not even necessarily on great timing with a U2 in mind. It's a very interesting way to play the B-bomb site. And I mean, they'll need to find adaptation sooner or later. Because he had the right idea, but you know, maybe opting to play a bit of delay, maybe just leaning too over. Anything to stem that constant source of tension on that map. Because even if they have it in the early round, even if they get this frag, for example, or they get this control and they don't lose it, despite what I was saying, R2B2 on the other side of the map just gets 3 kills, one straight spray through that corner, and clean hatcher onto Lens to finish the entire map down. I was talking so much about the focus on the B bombs, it didn't even matter that round. R2B2 just dominating. And I mean, at this point, the players have started to lose their faith and focus. The A players were thinking, you know, it doesn't matter what we do, we keep losing the bomb sites anyway. And so trying a bit of a re-aggression, and R2B2 just punishes that. Capable of exploding at any moment, individually speaking. R2 has that individual capacity. It's not just a matter of, you know, Finn and Revan. At this point, R2 is more than worthy of being considered one of the stronger players of this team. And I mean, at this point, what kind of adaptation could they possibly even make? Because it feels like as soon as they change something, God's Reign would just pounce on it. When they lose B, they switch their play up, and then they lose A. It's just impossible to play against. And I mean, 3 rifles right now. They do have a fair chance here, Niori, but I mean, there's only so many fair chances that you can have. Gifted a bit more utility. This time, actually playing it fully passive. Towards the site. Never mind. It looks like retake utility may be coming in. Let's see how effective this one is. Smoke lined up, Molotov lined up. Fired Up gets that kill on the other side of the map. Once again, that lurk paying dividends. And it's Carman, finally, with a stellar B-hole, 3 kills of his own. And this may finally be the round that Niori put on the tally. That being said, the rotation has to come in. Right now it's a 2-on-2 and Lens is looking a little bit uncomfortable. Not content with staying in this cubby. He's afraid that he will get banged out. FAMAS not the best gun for the job, of course. But the rotation is coming in. Velocity is here. There's backup. All hope is not lost. But Fired Up takes one off the play. Reaping up, Moto Smoke, preventing that library angle. In a manner of speaking, it's not the cleanest one that they could have used. Fired up. It's got to be careful now in terms of which angle he's wanting to clear. Gets that first kill, almost turns around and he gets the second. Now it's up to Revan. He's only got 10 seconds left. He wants to get that bomb down, but I mean, it's a matter of timing at this point. It's just chaos. He can't get it done. And Niori finally get around of individual heroics. Not that they've not been victim to some individual heroics from God's Reign side, but Carmen digs them out of a hole. Now it's their opportunity. Even an 8-4 is tenable if you can win a pistol round and have a bit of confidence in your team. But if you just let this one be a flash in the pan round that does not represent the rest of the half, then... Oh! Interesting utility there. Happens to the best of us. Accidentally jump throw instead of regular throw, and sometimes your utility goes in the middle of nowhere. Three-man lean towards A, as has been the case usually. But bomb is not committed. They've left the bomb back towards the T-stairs and spawn, so it's just going to be Finn seeing if he can get cheeky with it, go through this. And he opts to fall back. While Revan gets that kill. Carmen, who had all those heroics before, is gone, and velocity tag down. Finn hears that, goes straight through the smoke. Nearly gets another kill, but is out of gun ammo. And then he switches to his pistol and gets the kill because Lens is out of ammo. Sometimes these things happen. And I mean, this has just been the story of the half so far. As soon as they have a real chance at winning, as soon as they have a chance of coming back into it, it's just nothing but misery. Especially on their B-bomb site. It's not even necessarily that the individual holds are weak and are being exploited. It's just that it's not being held necessarily in the rightest ways or the best of ways. You know, we've seen Carmen at his best when he's flashed back into it for a peek, but then he overstays his welcome or doesn't play for a retake with his teammates. You know, it is possible for someone to be the individual brilliance that keeps you in the game and yet is still responsible for some lost rounds. It's a complex game we play. U2 to curtail aggression, then spots it and is instantly afraid. Nightcase just going for broke with this 5-7 push. It's gonna be all or nothing with this two-man apartment setup, and Lens gives up brackets. Wait shot finds the trade, so we'll see whether that clues them into the setup or not. We'll see whether Nightcase can get that. He does get that frag. And now it's up to Carmen. He's got a close range 5-7. Doesn't quite get the kill. And now he's going to have to let his teammate do the mopping up. And indeed, the floor will continue to be dirty as the frags come in for God's Reign yet again. Now, of course, this was merely a half buy, so it's not a huge deal, but at this point, every round that you lose is another reminder of how far that goal is. Single elimination, semi-final. We don't see the loser of this go anywhere but home. It's commiserations and a farewell. But we don't even have time for that because we go straight into the grand final. Time permitting. And I mean, so saving 2 AKs is nice. Wage or an IKs are at least happy with that, but I mean, you'd be asking for a lot more if you could make a request. That's for sure. And I mean, it's not even necessarily been anything special from God's Reign in terms of utility usage. It's just been a couple of shrewd plays, you know, through the smoke, right time to execute, not missing a opportunity to get a frag on a lurk, always catching the opponents off guard. It's just being a little bit better in every facet of the game. And I mean, you see here, this time they're fighting for it properly. They're fighting for banana. They have that deep smoke. And they have complete control, and yet I wouldn't even be surprised if later on they just lose complete control of it again. Finish through that smoke. It does absolutely nothing. That flash regress goes 1 for 1, and Finn just gets 2. That's the thing I'm talking about again and again. No matter what they do to fight for banana, it's just not working. They throw that deep smoke, but they don't have the utility after that to really back them up. Finn just hides in that cubby for the flash, bides his time. I honestly wouldn't even be surprised if he just spams this one out and finishes that job, and indeed Lens jumps up and lets him have it. And that's what I've been saying about how good Finn is in banana. He's got that intuition. He's got the sense of when to hide, when to peek, what corners that are safe to hide in. And I mean, second to last round, you may as well save these AKs. You don't have that much money in the last round, and this is definitely not going to be your round to win. AK and AWP rather, so... I mean, at this point, you may as well start doing crazy stuff like double AWP with limited money. Nothing has been working at all. And honestly, that's actually what I've wanted to mention as well, is the fact that we don't see an attempt at an AWP on that B bomb site at all, really. It's something that so commonly you see AWPers solo or duo hold, have setups where they play around half wall, even play passive towards coffin. There's nothing, you know, untoward with that at all, but we don't see Niori even try. And I mean, it's really just a matter of what could have been if they just adapted that B bomb site defense just a little bit faster. This could have been a recoverable game and a recoverable half, but it's God's reign to just be indomitable. This time throwing that deep smoke towards the stairs, if I'm not mistaken. It's actually towards the bottom of mid. Yet again, towards banana. Yet again, we see through that smoke again. I wouldn't be surprised. Nade does a little bit of chip. And fired up once again on this luck every single time. He's been an important factor in this too, just keeping the players around on A. And this time he opts to go through, gets that kill through that corner of the barrel. A side's open for business. One player towards long, Nightcase with the AWP. Makes his presence known, gets that first kill. They should know he's alone, but they don't have any more players to cover it. The flash clears him. It doesn't look like he even saw a thing. Readjusts entirely too slow, and it looks like this half will end as it has been continuing this entire time. The only round that Niori won was 3k spread down from Carmen. Nothing else has even been remotely close. And of course you have to go for this one, but it's always a miserable position to go for a retake in the final round that you just know is not going to work. That being said, Carmen, you know what, if you can get some confidence frags, it's better than nothing. The time is far too low now to do anything with it, even if this wasn't impossible for so many other factors beyond that. And it's that easy. 2 rounds away from locking in that position in that grand final. Looking like they will be playing victorious SUMUS, who is, most people would say, the second best team in this tournament. Players that you're familiar with, players that are also of considerable pedigree. Another team that's vying for that qualifier slot. And so we'll be really paying attention to that future game, whether goes and can continue this dominance in that as well as in this. Because historically they have been victorious SUMUS, but I mean, anything can happen. Usually that's the kind of thing you say before something completely normal happens. But in any case, R2 playing up close half wall with the Julies. Finish spotting, playing distraction. Setup should work pretty much flawlessly. We'll see when R2 decides to activate. Gets one, doesn't get another one. Finn is opting not to back him up and instead play passive. His teammates dinged, flash into barbecue. Utility coming in, the side execute is on its way, but Finn is still in the back of sight. Could get one more and make this one a little bit easier, and actually fired up the goal once again through the smoke. We've seen him do this again. Doesn't happen. You know what, Niori? 1 round's better than none on this half. Already matching their ability, you could say. I mean, that's of course assuming Revan doesn't win this. It's a 1-on-3. All players are low, but would have been headshots all the way if he was to win it, and indeed it's not the case. So, I mean, this is just twiddling your thumbs and warming up, because until we get to a reasonable, you know, maybe an 11-7 is when you start thinking, okay, we can lose this, practically speaking. Right now, God's Drain are probably still not worried at all, but I mean, you can see that by the way that they force bought into it. Three-man lean towards Banana. Let's see how God's Rain opt to tackle this defense of the position that caused Niori so much strife. How much better are they? Well, lucky headshot through smoke notwithstanding. Pushing down, Bobby gets a kill. He tucks himself in. Now they can play this two-man setup. One kill already found. A lot of good damage with that MP9. The rotation should be pretty fast. Bomb spotted, but not able to prevent its cross. He's already through. This lurk is way too far behind, and he does actually, you know what? Revan stops and considers it, and it's actually that action of stopping and considering it that leads to his demise. Ironically, if he didn't think about the fact that there could be a lurk, he would never have encountered him in time. But that's what hindsight is for. Fired Up has actually got a fair chance of doing damage. Some low players here that he could pepper, but too busy jumping around. And so they will have to save this time, but I don't hate the idea at 11-2 on the half-force buying in hopes of causing a bit more damage and, you know, increasing your odds a little bit. It's not really detestable as of yet, but you really want to see them lock in on the full gun rounds. A choke is not something you want to be having on your resume this close to an RMR. In prime position to make a big step towards legitimizing Indian CS esports competition on a global stage. We're yet to see it. At least in a way that really matters. And I mean, usually we'll pay attention to the banana take, but in this situation, there's really not much left for them to do. It's a bunch of pistols, and it's not even a stack, it's just a lean. So there's not much to do but wait for the headshots. We'll see whether the Deagle gets anything done in this circumstance. Nothing much to be done. Let's just keep an eye on Barbie here. See what miracles he can produce. He does get one. Should be rushed and killed, but like at this point you never know what could happen with the round. Wishful thinking, of course, but that aside, the buy is in. AWP managed to be purchased just about. Fired up on that for Moss. But everything else looks like a no compromises buy. From the side of God's Rain, they should be in a good position to close this one out, despite the fact that there's a very respectable buy. But Revan doesn't realize that there's someone peeking behind. Gives away that AWP, but fired up, perfectly capable on his own. And now we can pay attention to Banana. Now we can see how R2 handles this. Smoke behind the half wall. And he peers through it. He finds them boosting and he takes them down one at a time. Topples that tower. And Banana is his. Gives away nothing. And Niori, it comes back to haunt them once more. They just couldn't get a hold of this. Banana on Inferno. And it's a hopeless situation that Lens finds himself in. Damage done, but it's meaningless. Can't even get that frag. Fragged instead from behind, and God's Rain. You know, we talk about nipping a comeback in the bud. That's how you do it. Money's poor, God's Reign are not anticipating a comeback in the slightest. They're looking to just confidently stroll right into that grand final. And it looks like it's the prime position to do it in. And I mean, once again, we see another different look on Banana, this time playing a bit more passive, not being too eager all the time. And finally, we see an AWP holding Banana the way it was intended. Let's see if Revan's rewarded after all that talk. Does it mean anything in the end? Will Niori still have something to fight for? Wage on this lurk, slowly falling back. It seems like it'll be the Banana commit at the end of the day as Revan reaggresses into it. Let's see how many kills he can find, if he even finds one at all. He's not diligent enough, a little bit too slow, and now it's going to have to be a solo hold from R2B2. Quick smoke, 40 seconds left. If they wear this one out, it's going to be a big delay. Rotation's already coming in. Bobby doesn't actually have any utility, so it's going to have to be the firepower. And they spot his gun now. They know that R2 is stuck in here, but they can't spray him down. He's allowed to escape and fall back. Flash to delay one more time. 20 seconds. Bomb has to go down. And he can't do it long enough. Only one kill. Niori finally show command over Banana. It's been the focal point of this entire map. And we've seen them fall to it again and again, but this time victorious. It's not the end of the road, of course. They've got a long, long, long mountain to climb if they ever want to make this serious. But this is a good first step, conquering their fears. AWP retrieved, guns retrieved. Saving with a handshake right there. You see these deep smokes, R2's pushed all the way down. Now, it's actually Revan to maybe put the final nail in the coffin. No, oh, but that doesn't matter. He gets 2 kills holding brackets. Top mid is his. And the 4-man lean towards A, allowing R2 to just get full Banana control. It may be the ticket that eliminates Niori Esports. Finn mollied out. Looks like Bavi, he hears the molly ticks. He knows that someone's pushing all the way around long. Revan taken care of, but he manages to get that frag, and that's the bomb. Bavi drops it. It's within his control. It's a 3v2 to finish this one off. And they just have to cross arches to get that one back. Smoke down. Spam fruitless, but the bomb is retrieved. And R2's going for a crazy play, but they're not watching this. He gets the right timing and he finishes the job. And with that frag, it moves God's Reign into the grand final triumphant victory. 13-5, 13-6 on Dust2, of course. And we'll see whether they play victorious SUMUS, who we expect to be coming up next. All that and more will be coming up.
Maybe I lost my way. Maybe you had gone too far. I had nothing left to say. We had left ourselves in the dark. So tell me this, if we left the pieces where they fell, will we have a lot to lose from lying to ourselves? All the times you said to me, the feeling that you felt, we lost it, we lost it. Can we get back the love we had? Get back the love we had? Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, to get back. Get back the love we had. Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, get back. Get back the love we had. Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back. Maybe I lost my way. Maybe you had gone too far. I had nothing left to say. We had left ourselves in the dark. Can we get back the love we had? Get back the love we had? Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, to get back. Get back the love we had. Get back the love we had.
Ladies and gentlemen, do I have a treat for you today? Something that I've been secretly begging for this whole time. We get to see Nuke as the first map in this best of 3 for the grand final. I am backpackbrain, and I'm happy to be bringing you the best of the action. Now, the video's already there. You should be able to see it. We got an exclamation mark video, I believe, to confirm the exact order and manner of operations, but we get to see a little cheeky Nuke. Now, we don't really see Indian teams on Nuke that often, so it's a question of how good are the reps in terms of throwing the outside smokes, variations on the smokes, the diagonal wall, the classic wall, sneaking into garage, sneaking around Unbreakable, into heaven and hell, you know, CT side ramp, stuff like that. The angle clears on silo. A lot of interesting discussions are coming our way, and I'm really here for it. And in my opinion, Victorious SUMUS, they're definitely underdogs, but if they ever stand a chance at getting a map off of God's Reign, it is now on Nuke. Now, Revan should theoretically be able to have a field day on the AWP here. And as I'm watching the knife round, we'll see who starts where, but I believe that this is the best chance that Victorious SUMUS have to actually make a dent in God's Reign, who have basically been playing pretty much perfectly in terms of individual brilliance so far. Sorry, we've just... an interesting knife round is taking place before my eyes. Unfortunately, you can't witness it. But in terms of what to expect, honestly, the slate is completely clear. I'm not even exactly sure what to tell you because we have no real tape in terms of either of these teams. What to show on this map? It's really a dilemma. And, you know, in terms of AWP head-to-head, I think Revan or even Firehead, both of them take it. In terms of rifle head-to-head, God's Reign should take it, but clearly Victorious SUMUS have a plan going into this that they're going to actually play Nuke, and they're going to maybe run some gimmick strats over and over, get themselves a cheeky set of rounds. I will see what they can come up with. I'm really excited to see it finally. I have to get used to the right kind of callouts on Nuke because it's actually quite an interesting regional differences on callouts are actually a real thing, you know. What most people probably call mini, and I'm used to calling it mini now because of all the international Counter-Strike I've been watching and commentating and stuff, but we call it annex, down under, of course, which is where I'm commentating from. But regardless, if I may be so bold as to bring you the action, we are live into the grand final, God's Reign versus Victorious SUMUS. First map is Nuke. God's Reign starting on that CT side. Victorious on that T side, and Ultimate pushing through ramp, gets that first kill with the Julies. In the meantime, this outside play is going on, and the kills come through. Recall Master and Benzine, one apiece, and Champs as well got his. So only the Julies left. You could say the gun advantage is with God's Reign because they have 4 guns, but of course, we've been through that song and dance before. Full outside control is granted. Benzine gonna scale his way up towards heaven. And indeed should get that kill, but actually R2 is pretty aware of it. So is he confident in the number of players? He gets the first one. Bomb is dropped down. I think that bomb dropped down the stairs. It dropped down the ladder completely, did it? Indeed it did, but it's actually not a problem. The retrieval is just a mundane task. But Finn is actually waiting for this. If he gets this bomb plant denied, 30 seconds to get it clicked in. They don't know necessarily whether Finn went down ramp into unders, into B, or if he's just somewhere lurking around on this A bomb side. They play together, which is a good start, but Leaving one player towards heaven actually gives them a good chance. He gets the first player. It's just not clean enough. If he got that kill quick enough, he could have denied the bomb plan or gotten that kill very easily. But in fact, it's Victorious with that pistol round. And it's a good start from them. We expect Victorious to put up a better fight than we just saw God's Reign up against. We expect God's Reign to be a little bit more tested, but that doesn't mean that they're completely unconfident on Nuke to begin with. You see already the door broken open, a little bit of a pop, maybe drop down into vents, maybe aggression into the bomb site completely, and it looks like the Mag 7 makes up over the Mag 10, gets 2 kills onto the bomb site. It's the only weapon investment into the round, and fired up makes it worth it. Gets 2 kills. Insane cash injection. Value has been found, but the rest was just USPs, and that was the only real impact into the round. And the drop down into vents happens momentarily. As we see it come through. It's nice to see the Galoo at least saved. Although it looks like above he's actually... Given that the bomb is not gone down yet, they're actually playing to... He's not playing just to save it. Although maybe he's not aware that the bomb is coming towards him, or at least it was. "14 seconds. I mean, this is not impossible. Bobby could theoretically deny this. He could actually deny it. He had a real opportunity. But the bomb goes down. In the sense that it's been planted. One more stray bullet and he could have actually saved it and won the round. Or at least caused enough chaos to put the worry in them. But Victorious... They dance with death. But they make it out alive. And I mean, yeah, in terms of discussing whether God's Reign can make a dent beyond this Indian sub-region and really be an international team, the only way to do it is to get a proper European coach. That's the only path forward. Because there's only so far you can go with individuals. There's only so many ways you can do it with individuals. Now, we've seen how Mongols managed to do it. It's not that they're individually bad. In fact, they're individually great. They're clearly sharp enough to bang with the best of them. But the difference being that God's Reign don't have a Blitzmara tactical genius that breaks out of the region. And so the only way to counter that is, if you're going to have this 5-man individual focused lineup, is to have a coach properly tutor Bobby into an IGO that can read those strats at a higher level, implant that in him, and really make a difference in that manner. That's the only way it'll actually happen. Now, Revan's wrapped all the way around into vent from the bottom up. He opts to pop it regardless, but it doesn't actually matter. Razor actually gets that kill anyway, which is interesting. And he's not even waiting around too long. He goes back and checks and fired up. Looking for an easy clear. He's in fact taken down right in lobby. And a 3-on-4. Bobby in the corner. Revan gets that kill. But he is traded off. And Bobby now alone and gets fired straight to his dome. And this is actually quite impressive. Victoria's making God's Reign look very discombobulated and really not put together. And I mean, this is exactly what I was talking about. If a team can finally get that gimmick pick, finally get a Vertigo or a Nuke or something strange, God's Reign are in trouble because they've basically not played any of these gimmick maps. Their craziest map really is Anubis, and that's kind of their home turf in terms of gimmicks for them. So if a team can start playing Nuke, if they can start being a little bit tricky with it. Now, Fire Up has got his own tricks. Max 7, no stranger to it. Used it in that force-up alone. We'll see what can be done. Finn spots a player outside, but this is not the weapon for that job, my friend. He's lucky to get away. And we see that diagonal smoke wall, modern smoke wall that we see with CS2 smokes these days, because it billows and it covers the entire cross. Allows people to sneak up and into garage and all those new angles that get enabled. And I mean, this isn't a full force buy. It's only a couple of weapons and pistols, so Victoria should have this one dead to rights, and indeed they do. Champ just cursor glances outside. Razor again on that lurk is really getting a name for himself at this point. Player spotted lower. It'll just be a matter of cleaning it up. Nothing too crazy. No one's lurking inside of the site, waiting to deny that bomb plan even. And yet again, another safe and sorted round. No complications, no difficulties. They're just walking outside, getting into secret, getting lower, having a successful lobby lurk. I mean, at this point, Razor is seriously tearing it up. I may as well just have the cam on him at all times because he doesn't seem like he's stopping anytime soon. 7-1. And then we've seen God's Drain make teams look like absolute chumps by just making them look uncomfortable, but fact of the matter is they can't really be that much individually better than everybody else. So if they can be made uncomfortable, then there's no reason why a player like Razor can't as well individually dominate. By the way, Razor, I'm pretty sure you're going down to the bum here, but oh, 6 HP makes it out alive. Of course, it was the furthest bomb plant possible. And if it was any closer, it would have been GG. Nuke bomb radius, the verticality. It's hard to predict, really. Very problematic. But of course, it's something that we have to live with. And the AWP is out. Revan will see where he goes with this. The difference maker. Can he actually enact an impact on this round? Spots early. May have seen a glimpse. But the smokes billow out before anything more impactful can be done. And he's going to be forced back. Barbie's already got no utility, by the way. So this site hold is going to be really, really awkward in a couple of seconds once that smoke fades. If they flash up the top or through those overhead vents, it's going to be in big trouble, to put it lightly. Finn spots out Blaze. Not the cleanest spray, but he manages to get the job done. And this 3-man A-site hold is just about making it work. Barbie mollied out, doesn't get the kill. Razor gets 2. Razor's really just finding his form in his groove right now. And once again, hold on. There might be a play here. Flashed into it. Revan, he goes crazy mode. Doesn't get that kill. And that should be the end of it. Don't risk your AWP, my friend. This is worth more than just this one round because this half is quickly running away from you. 5-0. Victorious, making God's reign look like absolute fools on this CT side. They don't know what they're doing. All these pushes, all these cheeky angles are being taken care of by Razor. And I mean, R2 does well to upgrade his gun right there, but these are very much consolation prizes and frags in what is otherwise a very dominant half. I mean, just look at the kill distribution. Nobody even remotely positive, for the side of God's reign. Just a quick little pause. No problemo. Anyway, this is an impressive start already. Revan's gonna have to really start putting his foot down. The AWP has an insane amount of impact and pressure put on them. On CT side nuke. It's not just any map. You have to be dynamic, you have to rotate around everywhere. Sometimes you have to be ramp, sometimes you have to be peeking from mini into squeaky, sometimes you have to be secret, sometimes you have to be even credit card. And so I'd like to see Revan take control of the CT side and at least make it manageable, because as it stands right now, this could be one of God's Drain's biggest losses against a domestic team. Pretty much ever. And I'm not sure how well this bodes for confidence, because I mean, Victorious is going to be playing against, maybe even against God's Drain if they make it through that qualifier, the open qualifier, into the closed one. It's not a far stretch of the imagination to say that. And even if they don't, God's Drain, granted, with the best of one system, you can probably avoid playing nuke, but if someone just decides to pick nuke into you in best of threes and you have to play nuke for qualification, your mind darts back to this day. You don't want this kind of memory to be tarnishing your experience of the map when the pressure comes down to it. You want to at least fight for it on your own terms. And so I do think that there's still something yet to be said with this map, at least for reputation, if not capable of winning the map themselves. God's Drain should at least try to mitigate it, but of course it's not up to them. And off we go. Let's see what Revan can do. Of course, exactly what I was discussing is the kind of impact he can have. And indeed, in Garage at the minute. But once again, faced with the smoke wars, Nade is very, very early. Spots nothing and the smokes are back again. That's one waste of utility. Fired up. I'm not sure, did he disconnect? Did he fall victim to his own? It must be a disconnecting issue, because you hear those little chatting ticks. So now we're checking if damage has been done, whether they can restart or not. There is a tag on Arakin, so depending on the standard rules, it may not look like he can restart. But let's see whether it's live or not. Well, it looks like it is not live. Maybe a bit of a handshake agreement between the pros. They're just walking around with their knives out. And we'll be looking to get that one restarted. Now, granted, I may have the timeline wrong. It is entirely possible that the damage done was not until after the fact, and thus it was within the rulebook, but all things considered, hopefully we can get the circumstance underway and get back to what we, foresee, rather than having to deal with all of these measly little tech issues. Should have the issues resolved shortly. I'm gonna just throw it to a quick little break. Don't go anywhere. We should be ready to go in a couple of minutes. We'll see you there.
Just know the second that you close your eyes, bringing you back to life. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do
Okay, it looks like everything's been sorted, dealt with, and we're ready to get right back into it. Set the stage once again. Victoria SUMUS have been dominant on this T side. It's been a 5-0. Nothing has really been going right for God's Reign. It's been Razor getting kills on that lobby lurk, holding off the pushes, and now Revan spots a player outside but can't capitalize on it. And these outside smokes once again get thrown out, but nobody's behind them, and that nade will reveal that, but it's not a guaranteed piece of information that you can work off of 100% of the time. Meanwhile, Barbie, afraid of this outside presence, especially with the re-up of that smoke, is gonna try and fight for it regardless. Oh! Oh dear. Well, dare I say it, this time literally no damage has been done, so we may be in for another oh no, it's over, minutes crossed. It looks like we're just live. I hate to say it, but it is what it is. Bomb goes down. Bomb is not denied. Bomb went down. This is a little bit chaotic. Some in control, some out of control. 2v3. Retake. Possible recall master on the right side of Squeaky. Molotov forces him out, and he doesn't even get the kill. They know where the last player is, and he doesn't even pose a threat at all, despite the player loss, actually. Constrain fare completely well with the 4v5 situation. So, I mean, well, despite the fact that the tech issues, of course, are a bit jarring, you know, but they did win the round that their own player disconnected, and maybe there's no problem with it continuing. Maybe there is a problem with it continuing. It's the eternal dilemma, of course. If you win the round despite the tech pause hindering you, is it the same as if you win the round when the tech pause hindered your opponent? You know? It's a matter of perspective, it's a matter of drafting of rules, etc., etc. But at the end of the day, we're just here to hopefully get this show back on the road. I would hope that God's Reign try to get a coach before the RMR, or at least before they qualify for the RMR, because there's no reason not to do it at this point. Although, I guess, apart from finances, which is, of course, always a reason, right? But if they can... I find it hard to believe that you couldn't get somebody from the European region. Even if they're not experienced, it would still be better than what they have now. I find it hard to believe that somebody wouldn't try and improve this team. You know, there is serious potential, at least from that outside perspective. But that aside, they need to focus on what's in front of them now, which is this new calf. We're still on map 1. Finn playing from Mini, bearing witness to all of these smokes. The nade once again does nothing. These laid smokes causing visibility problems. And it's Revan is looking to go through the smoke. I can't believe this. He's going to find a face for the players. He finds one, but this is not the weapon for the job. Fired up, goes down again to his intent. It's unfortunate, but it is still a 3-on-3. Finn fighting through the struggle. And as this round ticks down with a minute on the clock, the players disparate and separate on the map. Razor once again sharp onto Barbie. And Atsu is going to have to clear this one out. Oh. All good. Maybe it's a server itself. Who knows? But Atsu is going to have to be ready for this double doors opening up. But he's actually escaped all the way to the back of the site. The question is, where's the bomb? It looks like it's going to come straight out of these doors. Are they going to be ready for his positioning here? Doesn't look like it, but he doesn't finish the job regardless. Finn actually has a fair chance. Players are tagged up, but the nade does the save to him, and it looks like that's going to be the end of it all. Without that nade, maybe he's willing to push a bit forward into it, but it really depends. If that nade hadn't come through, would he have gone for it? We may never know. And Victoria's not daunted by the fact that they lost that round. Now, granted, the disconnect did happen again, so, you know, make of it what you will, but the fact of the matter is, at least he... Oh, I was going to say at least he saves the AWP, but a terrible misjudgment and readjustment. He's safe. He's not safe from the bomb, though. And the AWP, champ, the AWP, he can't pick up the AWP. He picks up the A1S. Some players, I think Cold Zero, notably, a long time ago, was famous for picking up an A4 instead of an AK. Preferring the spray pattern or the feel or the extra bullets per second. Or whatever the notation is. Things like that. And it looks like we will once again be resolving a technical issue. We'll be right back.
Just know the second that you close your eyes, back to life. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. The second that you close your eyes, I'm bringing you back to life.
And it looks like we're back into it yet again, this time fired up. Will hopefully stay with us. He's got an XM holding on top of hearts, and the aggression is not yet finding itself onto the A-bomb side. Very content to dominate on outside so far. And once again, it looked like it was an easy frag, but Revan actually surprises everyone. Manages to make it straight through. But he is indeed traded. Eventually doesn't retreat at the opportune moment and suffers for it. Now it's up to R2 coming from ramp. In the meantime, his teammates are behind him. He gets the bomb denied. He does indeed get the bomb denied. Finn picks up that AWP but can't find frag. It's a little bit too tricky. These angles are very tight. And the bomb looks like it will happen after all. 3v2. Retake should be possible, and Benzene is trying to prevent that from happening, but it's Finn and Barbie to actually finish the job. Well done from God's Reign to quickly respond to the low push this time. It was actually well played from R2 to swing quickly and deny that bomb plant. It's been multiple hits, outside smokes, into secret, into lower, and the rotations have been slow or stagnant. And this time we actually see God's Reign be proactive enough to deny the bomb plant. And it's netted them around. And that's really what they have to do again and again if they want to keep playing the way that they have been and not fighting for outside directly, just rotating. Then you need to be really proactive with your rotate if that's your plan. Once again, outside is being pushed. Now there is a player here listening for it, but again, Razor. Always on that lurk, always getting these kills. This lobby lurk has proven to be their most successful part of the map. Now, Fired Up could spot him, but he is kind of sneaking into this entire situation. What is he seeing? What is he looking at? Hold on. He spots the player. Oh, it's not the cleanest spray. And he actually gets baited into dying. Fired Up peeks him with the XM and gets that frag. Picks up an AK for his troubles. Now Finn is switched onto the AWP. But they have lost lower. And one player's already quite low. R2, once again, R2 goes ahead of the play. Finn can't get the second frag. So this time it's a 3-on-3. Bomb is going down. There is a kit on Fired Up. And he's creeping through. All the while, Revan coming through secret. He's unable to do anything with it, but Revan does get that frag. It's an important one. Now keep in mind that the kit was on Fired Up, which is towards Ram. So even if Revan gets these kills and needs a little bit acceleration, they don't know the position of Benzine. For sure, time's ticking. He does pick up the kit, but the kit's dropped again. And I don't think that he's got the time for this, does he? He does not. And even if he did, I think Benzine seals that one and even picks up the AWP and stays alive. 4K for Benzine in that round. Great clutch play. And a lot of resilience from Victorious. Even with the adaptation, God's Reign have shifted the way they play. They're playing a bit more aggressive towards ramp and lower after the secret push comes in, but it doesn't mean that the retake is a necessity or a guarantee at all. Seems that the tech issues are infectious and contagious. Dare I say it? Just a couple of issues here and there. Dare I say it, once again, we'll be right back after this break. Technical pause.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Misguided, led astray, trusted too easy, blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now? Staring at the walls until my fingers start to bleed. Stain the whitewash crimson red. Mustering the will to scream, but I can't even see through all the shadows in my head. Maybe I lost my way. Maybe you had gone too far. I had nothing left to say. We had left ourselves in the dark. So tell me this, if we left the peace where they fell, will we have a lot to lose from lying to ourselves? All the times you said to me, the feeling that you felt, we lost it, we lost it. Can we get back the love we had? Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, to get back. Get back the love we had. Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, get back. Maybe I lost my way. Maybe you had gone too far. I had nothing left to say. We had left ourselves in the dark. Can we get back the love we had? Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, to get back. Get back the love we had. Get back the love we had. Or are we in love with what we lack? Get back, get back.
After a long and arduous wait, tech pauses and power issues and Wi-Fi, we are finally back. We're finally ready to get things underway. To recap everybody who's been missing out on all the action we've had so far, Dust2IN had a dominant first series and indeed did impress us 13-6, 13-5, but now Victorious is putting up a strong fight playing Nuke, which we have not really seen Indian teams play in tournaments very often, and I've been suggesting that teams start playing and pocket picking Nuke and learning some of the gimmicks. And finally a team has decided to take that offer up and truly begin a little bit of dominance of their own on Dust2IN, and we've been seeing that pretty much this half. Raze has been strong on that lobby lurk, historically speaking. With that aside, Arakin's been flashed into heaven, sees nothing, falls back. There is a player playing on A site. Backside right now, fired up, looking for that peak. Just a matter of seconds to see who gets the frag. Whether they expect the player to be down here or not. Two players lower rerouting around to secret. Fired up, gets the first kill. That's the bomb, but Arakin does get the trade. Picks up the bomb, should be able to get it down, but there's a player hiding. He pushes through and he gets that denial. And it should be the end of the round. Recall Master on the up, on the all good for one. And God's making a bit of a recovery of this entire situation. All things considered, this is better than what they've looked, how they've looked so far. And so we're all looking forward to see how much more can they make it in this half. Finn with the AWP. Finn with the AWP. There must be some sort of plan here. A quick reroute into secret perhaps, because otherwise it really doesn't make sense. We have Arakin up on Silo. Of course, it's just a bunch of Glocks, so it's no big deal. Spots out a player, gets that kill. Recall Master does find one elsewhere on the map, but this should just be a tidy up job. Nothing too crazy or special about it. And as we go into the last round of the half, God's Drain, they've made a substantial recovery. It was a 5-0 start and it looked like it could have been even worse, but finally we've reached a good position for God's Drain, something that they can be proud of, at least coming back in this much. Now, a double up setup on Nuke is not something you see every day, so looking to see where this goes. Finn on the secondary is quite curious, but Revan is not making any secret about it, just running straight out, crossing to red, gets that first kill. Benzine not ready for it. This aggression has not been something they've done very often, and Revan, this time not through the smoke, but straight past red, gets that kill. Gives up that space to Finn, and he goes back towards ramp instead. Now afraid of more aggression, but it won't be the case. Just sitting and waiting. All the individuals of Victorious. Razor's been doing good on these lurks, but he's gonna have to do a lot more than just a lurk. The Mac 10 gets that first kill, and Razor doesn't even need to do anything. One player spotted out. That is Revan. And another player in the vents, kind of locked out of the entire bomb site right now. Molotov will not deny the bomb plant. Bomb should go down, no problem. Now, the discussion about the retake has to come in. There was a player on the side that was Cham, spotting for heaven, but he's fallen back towards that hut door frame. Opting to play for time. Player's already dropped down. He doesn't get the kill. And the frags are piling in. It's just Razor left. And as good as he's been, this will be a full order. And through the smoke, can't see a thing. R2 cleans that one up. And really, they've got Revan to thank for those 2 kills. First one, aggressive outside. And then second one, the fadeaway before the retake even happened. And it's not the best they could have done. But if they win the pistol round, God's Drain will at least be in contention for this map. Most people would have expected God's Drain to take this 2-0. I myself have been hoping for a map 3, but have not been necessarily believing in a map 3, considering the level of play we've seen from God's Drain. But all it takes is a pistol round, and that dominant first half could be a decision of the past. First tap from Razor. Has been looking sharp this entire time, and the pistol is no exception. Once again, spotting outside. Smoke will deny him vision, but he should go through it. Just opts to spam instead, and instead gets dinked down. That's a little bit crazy. Nobody's down lower yet. They're regressing into the lobby lurk, and he does get one, which is more than you honestly could have asked for, given the circumstance. It's a 4v3. It's not the cleanest one possible, of course, but that being said, a little bit more damage is done. There's no kit. Oh, there is one, actually. There is a kit. Champs has got one, so they can take that time, but they have low players, so a lot of eyes are going to be on Recall Master, who does have the most healthy. Opts to drop down face straight into it, but Razor's the one to get that kill. Gets traded. Recall Master's going to have to make this a little bit cleaner than it is, and indeed, Revan will finish that one off. Pistol round mandatory, perhaps, for God's Reign, and now they'll have an easier go of things in the subsequent. That being said, Victoria's could force way into this. No stranger to a second round force on the CT side, but it doesn't seem to happen. Content to full save, maybe play for extra U2 and AWP, glass cannon, or otherwise. Let's see how good this USB firing squad is. Let's follow them. The journey outside. It's actually gotten way more kills. Hold on. I haven't been locked in, but the way more kills than what should have happened. How did it get so close? I was supposed to give you an aerial view, but it turns out it got down to 1v1 at the end of the day. That's a shambles. God's Reign. That's basically losing the round in terms of what the economic damage was. I mean, look at what it's done. Look at the money. Buffy's got nothing left. He's got no utility. He just bought AK armor. And Revan's got a tough decision ahead of him. He can't save that much. What a mess. And Victoria's, I mean, those USP kills are going to go into utility, go into buying a kit, all sorts of things. And Razor, starting as he has been going this entire time, strong on ramp. Benzine's already lower to address this aggression. And Finn makes his presence no secret, throws the molly, fishes him out, but doesn't wait for it. It's a matter of timing. Does Razor regress? Oh, Finn pulls out utility, but he gets his gun out back in time. He could get this kill, but Benzine confident that he had that timing, and indeed he does. Well done from Recall Master, peeking over the molly. It's not a smoke. It doesn't obscure the vision anymore. Relative to the recent update, they reduced the flames, and it's actually more doable than ever to peek over. Both players now just hovering all around ramp and lobby, and trophy room rather. Wondering what map control they could possibly take now. 30 seconds to get the bomb down. Looks like it'll be Bavi throwing a little bit of a fake, while Revan hopes to bait out 1 or 2 rotations and maybe get the kill, but it doesn't look like anyone's biting on this. No rotation yet. Bavi spots one, hunts the kill. It's a matter of time now. He doesn't even get it. Revan may indeed be fortunate enough if he clears the back of the side, but he doesn't clear the back of the side, and Champ is rewarded for his patience. Time ticked down way too low for him to have that much freedom, but he did have 15 seconds. It was enough to glance around the back. No reason to rush it that much, but I can understand the panic. And Victoria's are already straight up into it. And I mean, you can see the damage that the USP round has done here. I mean, look at this buy. There's not even a single SMG here. It's literally Tech 9s and nothing else. Outside smokes their only hope of salvation, and they've used all of their smokes and indeed almost all of their utility already. So if they don't find a play within the next 20 seconds, they're going to be stuck doing absolutely nothing. It's a serious problem. If they can't cross right now, they won't be able to. It'll just be pot shot fights across outside if they can't do it. And so they do actually make it down. There's a play here already. Or at least there's about to be one, but he hasn't broken the window, so he's going to have to play inside the side instead of outside it. And that's the final bit of utility gone. Bomb is running amok into single. Tech 9's fighting outside, but he gets taken down. Bomb is still kind of roaming free down here. Looks like they'll try and pounce. Simultaneously break the window. Take the attention. Nice shot from Barbie. Potentially makes room for the bomb to go down here. 30 seconds. It's possible. They have the positioning to do so. It's a safe plant. And Fired Up gets another kill. Hold on a second. What looked like a giveaway round is actually becoming quite a little problem for Victorious. Fired Up is actually quite far away from this, and they know his position. He's not being quiet about it. He has no chance to. And now that it's revealed, the defuse will come in, and he's lost the round. It's not planted for him anyway. Well done from Godsrain to get the bomb plant. It made it look very, very possible. But at the end of the day, Victoria's proactive, not letting the fear instill within them. And the round is still theirs at the end of the day. Interesting to see that Victoria's go for a tactical timeout after that victory. All things considered, Godsrain not going to have anything to talk about here, so... Curious as to why they did it. Maybe just a discussion as to what to buy or what to focus on. Who knows? No AWP, though. They could have afforded it if they so chose, but it seems like it's not a priority at all. Going outside, then dump the nade straight into R2. Finished off before he could even fire that shot. Still trying to creep outside. It's gonna have to be a miracle to get them across here because they are being watched. Benzene is not gonna let them cross for free. I say that, but he isn't necessarily directly watching, but they've got enough players surveying the outside to not worry about it all. The drive by Dink is, if nothing else, a source of entertainment. But there's nothing serious left in this round, just a couple of deeks. And I've been very impressed with Victoria so far on this new map. It's nothing too crazy, but they've shown good fundamentals, especially on that T side. The reps going outside over and over. Another Barbie Digu shot. He's had a few of those now. Nearly had another one. But not afforded that one. And finally it's over. The Digu round ends, and one of the remaining chances for Godsrain to come back into this half, and into this map rather, does begin. Now, it hasn't been a necessarily weak hold individually. Fired Up is the only serious liability. 9 and 17 is a little bit unacceptable, especially when you consider he is taking a fair amount of resources on this team. I would say R2 and Barbie are the more passive players, or rather the less resource intensive players. R2 spotted on that drop down. They know he's up here, but he's gonna have to do something about it. Revan spots the player, but Recall Master's ready for it. Takes him out. Another lead for Victorious. Oop. You know what? I may be able to use that shift feature to draw some lines on the map, do a little bit of mid-map analysis. We'll see about that later, though. As of right now, Godsrain, they paid the secret cross price. And they're going to have to do something with it, otherwise it'll be all for naught. Utility sat outside to force players off of the angle. It's not really working. But they're repositioning anyway, opting to respect the encroachments. But still, unforced, they peek into Arakin, and Arakin just says, come and get me. Guess the kill drops down. They are lower, but... Oh my god, Fired Up has just killed his teammate, but he makes up for it, gets 2 more. Maybe that makes him neutral, but he would have really needed that one to secure the bomb. Now it's up to Finn in a 1-on-2. Knew the position, but couldn't get a clean shot onto it. And I would say every so often Finn does have those moments when he is not necessarily a snappy instant headshot type of player, but he's more of a consistent body shot, spray down, and impact player. But when he's in situations like that, he can look panicked at times, and he definitely isn't showing up as the star rifler of this team right now. It may be what ends their story here on this map at the very least. R2 is going for that crazy wraparound jump twist style, but he's taken down Recall Master all the way from back in Garage. Takes him out. And they've got no utility left. They've got nothing to fight with. It's just Tech 9s, and they're hoping to get lucky with it. This time, jumping out of the ram smoke. We'll see what they see. Razor's got the AUG, and it's the right weapon for the job. He takes one down. Arakin also does before he is traded. And Razor was dinked, so he's afraid to fight this anymore. Gives up the gun. Gives up lower as well. They have a minute, so it's not as if they can't play for the win here. And they do both have armor. This run isn't as easy as you might think, especially considering I don't think anybody is on lower at all, except, oh no, there is. Benzene is back here, but this is not the best position, and he's been noted. That nade is not going to kill someone, but it might do serious damage. It doesn't do enough. They know he's here. He's calling for help desperately. They don't push the issue very desperately themselves. And he's out of ammo, but his teammates should be rotating any moment. They've been taking their sweet time coming down here, even though the players are already here, but Benzene does his job flawlessly. It was a little messy, a little back and forth, but still 4 alive at the end of the day, and this is going to be, I mean, dare I say it, this is victorious. Taking the map over God's Reign 5 in a row would be the requirement. If they were to make this into overtime, and that's just for overtime, I don't see a reason to believe that they can do it. It's been uninspiring most of the way here. And I mean, look at this aggression. Look at where Razor is right now. How have they managed to let him in here? All the way in lobby. You take outside presence. Guess what? I'm taking the entirety of lobby. That's what he's saying right now. And Barbie, okay, Barbie's in a bit of a tricky position here. He should have spotted one player down below, but it's not a clean shot. And he lost his opportunity. He doesn't make any secret about it. Instead, just opts to go straight through, but he loses the player? Did he think he went back and wrapped around into dark? That's the only explanation. 2v4. They technically have the upper bomb site. The smoke, I don't know if that was what was intended to land as. And it's a messy clutch that is going to have to come through. Finn and R2. Finn clearing it out. But the player can't finish the job, and all eyes on R2 now. And he can't get it done. The defuse will come in, and for the first time in a long while, God's Reign lose a map. Victorious take that one. 13-7. Picking a nuke and showing that they can hang with the best Indian team in CS2 right now. Or at least tied for top 2. And this puts us in a very exciting position. What happens to God's Reign's mental? What happens when they're on the back foot, which we rarely see in a series? It's something that we haven't really seen before, and it's something I'm excited to look forward to. All that and more awaits you after this break. Don't go anywhere. Map 2 is coming up shortly. We'll see if God's Reign have what it takes to push us to a third map in what has been a long and yet great day of Indian CS. Stay tuned. And we are live with map 2 of God's Reign versus Victorious SUMUS. We are on Anubis God's Reign Stadium on their CT side. It is their map pick. If you didn't catch map 1, it was a quite substantial thrashing. Victorious just pretty dominant over God's Reign and Nuke, finally picking into a map that maybe God's Reign just don't have that experience on, don't have those reps. Now, interesting to see what's going to be happening here, whether we got to a map 3 or whether God's Reign can be taken down. 4 on 4. Smoke into middle is curtailing the issue for now, but the bomb looks like it could be making its way forward. Slowly but surely. As they creep forward, heading towards A, it's going to be all on Finn to receive, and he gets taken down immediately. Now the retake has to come in because the bomb will be planted without resistance. A bomb site given up. And this pistol looks like it is in Victoria's pocket. It's a great start. Julie is an insta-dink. Revan, wild spam, not rewarded, and Benzene takes care of Bavi. Was coming right behind him for that trade. It just doesn't work at all. God's Reign are just not firing at the minute. Fired up does well to prove me wrong, but you'll need more than that in this half if you want to take down Victoria. Victorias have shown that they're not just another team in this tournament. They're here to play. They're here to put their name as one of the greats in terms of Indian CS. We've got True Rippers and God's Reign. True Rippers notably not playing right now in this tournament. Usually we do see them, but perhaps they've decided to go for a more substantial preparation phase into the RMR, hoping to get that slot away. God's Reign actually force buying into this. It's a very risky decision, giving up an extra round, but maybe they've got a specific plan they'd like to execute. This is their map pick. Of course, you would expect them to have a little bit more nuance, a little bit more pizzazz, dare I say. And as we get into this force buy. For Mars, 2 MP9s and the 2 5.7s. Now the util is very, very lacking, so it's going to have to be a quick play if they want to make use of these weapons, because otherwise they're just going to be forced out with no way to fight back into it. It's an instant smoke into middle, and that seems to be all they have. Opt into flash and walk straight through B main. Nailed to delay, and the reaction is good. Champ takes care of that mid aggression, and in the meantime fired up. And Finn failed to do anything with their force buy, and this force buy just fell by the wayside completely. It's the reason why most teams don't actually force buy on this second round if they didn't get substantial frags is because it's just so hard to make a play with this limited resources and weaponry that you have. And it also delays your comeback into the rounds by 1 if you lose it, of course. God's Reign, granted, this is the CT side, so if you're looking at a goal estimate, what they might look for, you might be okay with a 3 or 4, even worst case scenario, but on your map pick, you'd be looking for more, you know? You'd be looking to curtail any sort of T-side snowball effect that Victorious could have here. And this is not the start you'd be looking for, but all things considered, there's still time yet. This time, the lone MP9, probably the exact same player, flash straight in and clear. This time, the exact same receiver as well. Arakin on that B extremity lurk. Proved successful last time, and I see no reason to doubt him this time. Galil, his weapon of choice. So not a nothing round, apart from the MP9. There are a couple of pistols here and there, so if they aren't diligent, there could be a bit of a loss here, and that's exactly what I mean, is what I was going to say, but Finn makes an absolute meal of it. Champ does the same, 4 health, but he makes it out alive. It's kind of comical to run out of bullets on a Galil. Thing's got 35 bullets. You'd think that you could never run out, but happens more often than you'd think. Now it is a 4-on-3. One player is very low. The CTs are low on their own, but it's a matter of catching the Ts by surprise. There could be something to be said here. An R2B2 with that MP9 doesn't get anything more than a dink. It's just more damage, and it's not even on a damaged player, so he can't finish the job. And Champ's lurk could be caught out. There should be an instant kill. They know that he was the player, or they should at least be able to surmise it. 2 Galil saved is probably enough. I would be surprised if they commit to this. Maybe to contain, but it seems like a fool's errand to go for this at this stage of health. With the AK, I mean, you would definitely have to save, but I guess it's a 1v1. You're tempted into it despite the health disadvantage and the armor, lack of armor, and the lack of kit, and the lack of utility. A 1v1 duel is enough to tempt many people in if they've got an AK. Cooler heads do have to prevail sometimes, though. They would have liked to have 1 extra gun with this round and save a bit of money, maybe allow some utility to be dropped over or rebalanced, but it looks like they should manage regardless. Revin bowled straight through that mid-smoke. Flash on the angle. Warning shot and retreat. And the classic dance of smoke spam in connector. No one's ready to lock out yet. It's just you two being thrown back and forth. Razor's doing a good job here. He was pretty much essential on that lobby lurk, and now on this A lurk is going to be doing a lot of heavy lifting, keeping players rotated towards A, because it is quite easy if your A lurk is not demonstrably powerful enough to just not have enough pull, and then the rotation always comes through. You always have 1 player on A and you never exploit it. You end up running into B sites that are stacked heavy. But they don't need to worry about that right now because Benzene got that opening. Finn was caught out, and this regress by Fired Up, if he's not diligent enough, he could just be the second victim. Crosshair exactly where it needed to be. Gets that trade. A bit delayed, but better than never. Flashes himself in. That's the right idea. Fired Up gets that frag, and Revin on site gets taken down through the wall. Fired Up, another kill. And now it's on the Recall Master in a 1 versus 2. He knows the position of 1, but he goes for the bomb. He gets the kill with the Molotov, but that might trick him into thinking that there's not another player in dark, in connector, waiting to see him. But he's ready for it. He reads it and gets the instant headshot. Recall Master, what a clutch. 4 kills in the round. I think that was a 1-on-3 or 1-on-2. I'm not sure. It was just such a chaotic round. But he managed to get it done. Not fooled by the fact that he killed 1 player. Knows that the rotation is most likely to be quickest from connector once again. Cerebral play. And if Godsrand aren't careful, I mean, this is the beginning of what could even be a 2-0. Unthinkable, to say the least. Is that a pre-smoke? A pre-smoke for the Molotov? That's what I'm looking at here. Fired Up, I mean, no stranger to the Mag 7. He's got a couple of fancy kills with that before a nuke. It didn't amount to much in that game, but maybe this time he will actually be able to do something with it. Retrieves a gun. Now, if he was a true frugal, economical player, he would have passed over the Mag 7 as well to a player, but We can't all be winners. Map very empty. A regress slowly but surely clears out B. So they know that this is either a mid wraparound, which they're gambling that that's not the case, and they would be correct in assuming so. Also, the lack of utility could point towards that direction. Or that it's a stack of A main plays, and they're starting to doubt themselves now. R2, the only player spotting. He spots one, he gets that headshot. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. Maul it out, but he's done his job. He can die. Fired Up is there to cover. Now he's got no one to cover for him, though, and he doesn't even get that first kill. What looked like he could have been a mop-up of frags is turning into a relatively impossible round. And even when God's Reign have individual heroics, it just isn't enough. It's never been. Usually this is the team where you'd say that the individuals are capable of bailing them out all the time, but this has not been the case. Deagle, hold on. Deagle's got that first kill. Is he capable of getting the second one? Finn! Oh, this time catches him with his back turn. Aaronkin is not as cerebral as Recon Monster was in that clutch. Doesn't expect the second player to be on that trade. He didn't see him on the peak. And so he turns around, and that will be his demise. God's Reign make that clutch possible. A little bit more complicated than it had to be clear. But this is the start of what could be a God's Reign map victory, or at least what they would have hoped had been a formality. You get a little bit complacent after you win multiple times against the same teams over and over. Psychologically, it's hard to avoid it. So I wouldn't be surprised if God's Reign just thought this would be their 2-0, this would be their walk in the park. But then they see a new pick, they lose it, and now they're 4-0 and just now 4-1 down on their own map pick. They'll need to build on this for sure. Now, the benefit of this entire discussion is the fact that they do have a little bit of money, so they won't be completely broke even after they lose this. It'll just be a little bit rough. More than a little bit, of course, but they may have at least one gun. And Revan's AWP will be able to be brought out multiple times. He's got one now, and he should have one even in prospective round losses due to loss bonus. Let's see what the T-side plan is this time. Limited focus towards B. Perhaps waiting for an aggression that's been happening for a couple of times now. So Victoria's aren't wrong in waiting for this. It's just not happening right now. You can see the idea is correct. Mid-execute comes in. No one's there to receive them at the doors. Barbie blinded, but throws the molly out to delay. It won't actually do very much because the players are coming around the side. Flash also does nothing. Molotov bounces against the world's smallest piece of geometry on the map, and it's amazing that he actually doesn't even burn at all. Jappa's going through this smoke. He's going through it, and he gets a kill. He almost gets a second, but Benzene does that job for him. A-side is basically lost. There's only one player fighting for it. It's Revan. He's really, really stuck here. They may have had that tag as well, and with the utility, opts to reveal himself just to get away. Fired Up. How did he manage to get that frag? Where did it even come from? 3-on-2. Perfectly winnable. The T's are stuck in the bomb site right now. And Revan, he swings so far and so wide, but it doesn't actually end up doing anything. And Arakim gets 3 kills from nowhere. They were trapped in the bomb site. They shouldn't have known. They knew that they were stuck in there because none of them tried to retreat anywhere. They didn't go back to main. They didn't hide or regress into heaven. They knew that they were stuck. And Revan, I think, bites off way, way, way more than he should have done with that peak. And the dominoes fall. And what I was just saying would be a nice round for them to build off of is turned into one dash in a long series of absences from them. Their attendance record is not looking very good. Now, Revan's already snuck past here, so he could jump up to his right and get that kill. We'll see how diligent Arakin is. He's not making any secret about it, so Seeing their utility trajectory, Revan should know exactly what's going on. Arakin, not diligent enough, just a cursory glance. Muscle memory clear, not good enough. He picks up the AK, but he gets baited in by a little bit too much. Now, Finn is here. He could cut off the bomb. Let's see how patient he is. He hears the footsteps, and the players don't really check it well enough. The bomb is down, the AWP is picked up. Finn gets away with it and picks up the AWP. Now, serious problems going on. Bavia and Finn can get some sort of crossfire going. It is just a deagle. He's got the tags down, doesn't finish the frag. It's a 4v2. A lot of players are very low, and these AKs can finish the job. Of course, the task is becoming taller and taller. 30 seconds, the players are all around him. It's a matter of finishing it. The highest health player, right there. And if that was any other player, he would have been able to knock them down one by one, but he runs into Fired Up. The only player who was on full health, and he doesn't get the instant headshot. Seals his fate right there. With that round, they have knocked Victoria's onto a low buy. And a testament to the closeness of some of these rounds, despite the fact that I've been talking it up. It has been a few close rounds here and there. Not as one-sided as the start of Nuke was. Revan feeling a bit more confident now. Bashes himself in. Gets one kill, sees nothing. There is another player there. He may not be aware of the fact that there's a player right there. He didn't see him. So Benzine could catch him completely off guard. It depends on how ambitious this peak is, and Revan, careful and diligent with that clear. A little bit careless and he gets one shot, but the way he did it, no problems at all. And I mean, this rap is being washed for completely. I mean, watch for is one thing. He needs to actually finish the frag. Fired up, cleans up Bavi's mess. And God's Drain finally get something going. 3 rounds already, not too bad. Of course, considering that you're the better team, you would prefer to have more, but in a matter of speaking, even 1 or 2 more would be satisfactory, and it looks like they will be gifted one. Lack of lost bonus, no bomb plant. Even with the reduced bomb plant bonus, basically means that God's Drain have gotten a couple of freebies, and it's allowed Revan to start getting his confidence back. Puking down into water, getting these easy frags, building his confidence for the gun rounds that's going to come soon. And I mean, this is the Revan that we knew had the potential to do this kind of active AWPing. It's actually been a strange absence from Revan that we've been missing him so far in the series. He wasn't even AWPing all that much in the prior series, despite the fact that they won it. There was a lot of spawn-based AWPing. Sometimes Fired Up was doing it. On Nuke, Finn was AWPing sometimes, like in 1 or 2 rounds for some strange reasons. It's been a little bit shaky. But if Revan can come back and assert dominance, and I mean, of course, Fired Up, we have to talk about him being 13-6, and hold on a second, that mid aggression from Finn as well. God's Reign have started to look alive. They know that Revan was here, at least last round, and so he's a little bit more hesitant than he would be for the repeak. You can see the map control slowly inching towards him. Mollied and flashed out. He hears this entire discussion. Benzine's forced out. It's a 4 on 5 still, so it's no problem. And Benzine, he goes for the peak, but after all the utilities clear, Revan has a clear line of sight. Takes that shot and falls back into dark. Or Ninja, I suppose. Now 40 seconds. They've got just enough util to delay this one. I say that, but it's actually all on R2. If an execute comes into the B bomb side, they've actually got not much to delay with. It's going to be manpower, and manpower looks like it'll be enough. No clean shots happening from the side of Victoria's. And blink and you miss it. It's 5-5. Started as a question of whether it would be a 2-0 at this point. 5 rounds on CT, God's Reign T side. You could be looking at a straightforward path to a map 3. And once we go on to Ancient, confidence on God's Reign side, experience, individual skill. At this point, tactics as well. It's really hard to suggest that Victoria's can win this 2-1. They would have to take this one now. The mental aspect as well can't be understated. Couple of rounds left in the half. God's Reign have built up so much money that they've got no problem hunting, going for everything. They could lose all 5, win the round, and still buy next round. So, no reservations. Revan will be going for all the peaks that he wants, but the pressure is on R2 for once. He's aggressing, but there's a bunch of players right here. They don't care. And maybe he should have cared because he gets instantly traded. Barbie quick with the utility to cancel the push. And it actually works out. They cancel and they're being surrounded, but the surrounding backfires a little bit, and they've started to get a couple of weapon upgrades. 2 AKs now, not just Tech 9s. This round is looking a lot more even than it started. At the beginning, it was just a couple of pistols and a Hail Mary rush into the A bomb site, but now it's looking like a relatively normal round. 1 minute to play with, a couple of pieces of utility on both sides. To pick and choose their angles and go. Now, if you look at the map, there's really no info. They don't have any idea what's going on in mid. They don't have any idea what's going on anywhere on the map, and Benzine takes advantage of that. Peek straight into Vavi. The right gamble has been made by Victoria's. They realized what the map was looking like. That there couldn't really be that many people attending the A bomb site. And they take care of that one. Now, as I said before, Revan is going to have free reign to go for this. No reason not to. Gives up the orb, but yeah, they could have afforded one anyway, so better to have a little try than not. And I was talking big about God's Reign making this comeback, and at the end of the day, the 5 rounds are still substantially sufficient to win the map. But if you look at the ebb and flow, if you look at the momentum, the sine wave, if you may, of the rounds, Victoria's are going to be in a great position to close, is what I was going to say. But actually, Recall Master, fantastic with that up. What is Finn doing? He just couldn't decide where to go. Wanted to go forward, wanted to go backwards. The Molotov lasts quite a while, my friend. Gets burnt down. 3-on-3. Champ is looking to fill that absence, but there's a player to his right, and now he's the only one alive. What is going on? He whiffed his entire mag. And as quick as it began, that round ends. Nobody any the wiser. Absolute chaos. Revan peeking into middle, Recall Master holding an angle with the smoke. I mean, see, it's tough to say who's favored now. Reason says God's Reign because an even split on Anubis is very, very favored. But what I was going to say is if Champs can do something here, but Champs actually can't do something. They drop down and they actually give away that frag. Advantage lost. Now, it's unclear how much info was granted into middle. They actually completely give away mid and A. Razors pushed into main, gets that first tap and falls back even further, baiting the players in. Great individual play here, taking the man advantage and not being too flippant with it, letting his teammates regress in the meantime. Now making a bit of noise, regressing, dinks a player through this corner, gets that frag at the end of the day, but Revan kills 2 players as well, and Razor's been tagged down. Benzine's gonna have to do some work, and indeed he does. Spots the final player as well. They have full information, and Razor has that kit. Priority is to escort him into the bomb site, but if he can't do that, then what's the play? Does Benzine know? Does Benzine know that Razor has a kit? If he just knew that Razor has a kit, then he would have been able to stick the bomb in the first place, but he doesn't play for that, and so the round is lost. I'm not sure if that's a miscommunication or if it's just something in the heat of the moment that was absent from the game, but if Benzine had just been given that information, maybe ahead of time, or maybe in that moment itself, then they could have easily made that round into a more winnable position. In fact, Benzine, the way he played it, he couldn't have won it in time. And that may come back to haunt them. A perfectly winnable pistol, an advantage thrown away. As God's Drain rejoice in a walk in the park. Victoria's not going for that force. Let's see if it's the better plan. As the only Deagle has been lost, it's just a matter of letting Barbie mop up the rest of the guns. We've got a little bit of a USP firing squad once again. Let's watch them go, shall we? Fall one by one. Never fails. Full buy. They've done a lot with the amount of money that they could have had. Victorians have opted for a couple of Masters in order to get a bit more utility. You see that there. That's $500 just to prevent Finn from walking up that stairway for a little bit of time. That's how rough the CT economy is. And this 2-man mid-hold is serving to prevent the T's from pushing too far forward. The FAMAS goes a little bit aggressive. It was the right idea, but he couldn't finish that frag. Mac 10 bests the FAMAS. And indeed, another frag comes through for the Mac 10. But they actually, hold on, they've got a real chance here. Razor, if he could have gotten one there, then it could have been a much more feasible retake. But as it stands now, the players are as far away as they could possibly be. And it's just going to have to be a save. Benzine looking for something better than a Galil, maybe an A1S somewhere around. But his teammates all kind of died in middle, so it's going to be a rough day at the Victoria's offices. They have to sit here for 30 seconds and stomach the fact that the FAMAS Mac 10 duel that could have been relatively easy, in fact, led to the unraveling of the round. In no dimension does Barbie have the right of way to get to there.
Terrorists win.
One saved gun, that's all they've got left to play with right now. And you can feel that sinking feeling. A map that was very close to being in your hands is starting to look more and more impossible day by day, round by round rather. And you know what, if they were going to use it, that's how they would have. Starting to get an idea of the positioning, sent the USP out to pick up the AK, and it's picked it up. It's got armor behind it as well. Hold on a second. 5v4, AK upgrade picked up. They have a great idea of the positioning. An even better idea now. Razor was behind that the entire time. It's still a 4-on-3. There's another gun picked up, 3 rifles. And they should be able to rotate that over to the player with armor indeed. Now it's a question of, do they go for this or do they save 3 rifles? Now this is actually quite difficult. If they can get this frag, then I would just say run at it. They've got enough time. They can storm straight into that bomb site. Finish that job before it even gets started. It's down to Finn. He's going to have to do some dynamic angle management. Now Revan. Do they know that he's stuck behind this pillar? He's got an orb. It's not an easy angle, and that no-scope flick. Exactly what he was required to do. There's not many positions. If you remember just the other day, we saw a relatively rough hold. Behind that, a player was panicked. But this time, not to be the case. He goes straight for that no-scope. Full confidence. And that's what I mean by if you let Revan get activated. Hold on a second. Forget about Revan. Razor and Champ are just completely dominating. Middle bomb is dropped. What happened here? God's Reign. This map is in the palm of the hand, and they've opened up a serious gateway here. They've been playing these rounds out a little bit slowly. They've been letting Victoria's kind of basically fall into their map control. And this time, I mean, it doesn't even register. And they're not even caught off guard by the fact that R2 is here. How does he get that far out without being killed? I don't know. I guess everybody's looking away from the flash, but disciplined play. Victoria's get a lot of free upgrades. 2 AWPs on the CT side. Money starting to build up a little bit. God's Reign, not so rich themselves. Let's put a pin in this discussion about God's Reign winning this map, because if they don't win this round, they'll have to take a low buy or a save. And then, I mean, how much is really left at that point? Arakin almost going for a bit of an aggressive play, but opts against it. They do have 2 AWPs, so better served holding these angles and playing in multiple setups. Originally were playing passive. Razor gets that first frag, gets the second frag as well. They tried to push into him, get him off of the bomb site before the bomb went down, but they're going to regret that decision. They don't even have the bomb down. And they may not even get it. Finn, he didn't really have a good gun. Extends down to pick up the AK, but it cost him precious time. And I mean, look at what's going on here. God's Reign playing a little bit too greedy. Going for that frag into heaven, despite the fact that they could have gotten the bomb down and played a post plant. Hungry for the trade. The first kill is probably the weakest and least justifiable. The trade frag is perhaps just a matter of positioning and timing, but I mean, all that's by the by now. Fired up stands basically no chance here. 30 seconds. He's afraid for his own life more than he is looking to win the round here. And I mean, even if he saves his Galil, it's a Galil armor, but he's got no money for utility. Well, while this is technically an optimal save, it's not a lovely save, to put it that way. He may even get hunted. Hold on. There's a couple of seconds left. Okay, he gets 1 kill. Ooh, just survives. It would have had $50 and nothing if he died, so it's a relatively important one that he survives there. Not too much of a dent to lose that player. Still 3 alive, still 2 AWPs. They're aware of the fact that there are 2 AWPs because it was Razor who got those frags, well, Recoil Master. Every single time I see that Recoil Master is the AWP of this team, I just shake my head. He's a Recoil Master. He's using the one gun without recoil. It just doesn't make sense. But you know what? Maybe there's a secret technique that I'm not aware of. This time the mid-aggression multiplayers, he mollies himself. Oh dear. Very, very panicked in mid. Arrogant tries to save him, but his entire team has lost the A bomb site. All he could do was get one, and this is going to be an instant save. God's Reign, that's more like it. It's always the low buy rounds where the players play without any hesitation, with full confidence that these rushes work out. And we just saw in the earlier round that mid push didn't work, but this time it does. Of course, the difference being that there was, of course, another player. Champ wasn't alone, like the way he was right now. And as soon as Victoria's let their foot off the gas a little bit, they play a little bit more relaxed. They let Champ play solo. It ends up being their downfall.
Terrorists win.
They still have money, so it's not the end of the world, but this 3-round gap is fairly substantial. 2 more and God's Reign will lock in a map 3. And we've been waiting for map 3s. It's been a distinct lack of map 3s from the side of this tournament. And indeed, historically, even this tournament. It's been difficult to get map 3s, especially between the top teams. The Grand Final has had a lack of top teams going into a third map, but could be in for a different sort of discussion here. Revan, he's not caught off guard at all. Does get tagged down. Okay, hold on a second. The players are quite low and the rifles are finishing these jobs. No bomb site control in terms of B. But Recoil Master is here and the bomb is not. This is the tricky part. Hold on a second. Champ is in the right position to take this one down, but fired up, ready for it. They've been caught off before. They will not be caught off again. And it's all down to Recoil Master because this flank from Razor is so unbearably long. Although, if Recoil Master can delay long enough, he should be a little bit loud about this. He shouldn't let the players just look for other opportunities, because then what I was going to say is that then Razor's flank won't be that much impact, but he's already given up the ghost on this one. Flash somehow baits that frag out. He nearly has a chance there. Razor so afraid of so many angles, but doesn't get the frag once he realizes where they are. And this is more what we expected from God's Reign. It looked a little dicey at points. It's not their usual dominant form. This is a closer 12-8 than most people would think, thinking from the scoreline and how the games usually go, but dare I say it may not be over yet. Recoil Master this time middle, very heavily guarded and rewarded for that defense, gets that kill and falls back. Bavi's had a rough go of things over here. 11 and 17, not the best. He's gonna have to watch and manage his teammates as they try and piece this one together. No control towards B, so it's gonna have to finish towards A unless they pivot through dark, which it looks like may be the case. The bomb is creeping that way. Revan's just slowly walking. He's not afraid of the potential orb. They could be catching him off guard. Benzine's going to be the one put under a little bit of pressure here. Molotov could be coming his way. Now, there's no boost here. And scratch that reverser. It doesn't even matter whether there's a boost or not. They just get the instant headshots and the bomb site is completely clear yet again. This may be the end of it, champ. I mean, this is a difficult angle to clear at the best of times, but with an MP9, you're looking at a difficult situation multiplied. If he can get this smoke down, he can create a situation for his teammates to distract a little bit, and there is a flank. So he throws it out, reveals his position. Rico must have knows there's a player here. Gets that kill. Hold on a second. The players are not paying attention at all. Razor gets 2 for free. They know where the last player is. Someone needs to stick the defuse. And the bomb site has been cleared out. The other way around, there is a kit. We will be going one more round. That was the only way that this round could be won, is if that smoke caused enough of a distraction. But it's still crazy that it enabled Victorious to retake, because both players that were watching main turned at the same time, which meant that neither of them were ready for the Razor flank. And maybe not this map, but I have been impressed with Razor's aim and general game sense so far. His lurks and his timings have been relatively impressive. Just one AK. Fired Up's going to be responsible for dealing the brunt of the damage here. And because it is a hero AK, we'll always see a buy next round. So, multiple opportunity. This one should still be in the bag for Victorious, but we've seen this one, or this round, or many like it, not be as easy as they should be. Playing more passive with mid this time, not letting themselves be run over. It's just Rico Master playing behind that smoke, although, hold on a second, they've given up main. There's one player here. Champ gets 1 kill. Champ gets another kill. Denies the bomb. Gets 2. Doesn't get any more. Gun's given over. Time for the bomb to go down. They let it happen. And crucially, main is basically cleared out, and R2 is going to extend that one. So they know where the players are. It's just a matter of finishing the job, and whether Rico Master is cerebral enough to hold in the right timing. Benzine gets the kill regardless. Player behind the player, play behind to his right. Rico Master can't finish the job, and it is God's Reign taking their map pick. Got a little bit dicey at times, but they finally managed to get it done. We will be going to a map 3. We'll be going to Ancient to decide between these teams who is the best in the Indian region, who is going to be the champion of the Dust2IN Masters. All that and more will be coming right after this. Don't go anywhere. Map 3 will be hot, fast, and ready very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
But just know the second that you close your eyes, I'm bringing you back to life. Just know the second that you close your eyes, I'm bringing you back to life. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. The second that you close your eyes, I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you? I'm bringing you back to life. Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you back? Don't wanna want you. Why do I want you? I'm bringing you back to life. Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
And we are live with map 3. Welcome back. Gozrain versus Victoria's SUMUS. Gozrain starting on that CT side. And the Julies are already making its way towards lane, pushing all the way. Sees the player, gets that frag, controls those Julies perfectly. Turns around, gets another one, 2 kills, very nice. And has enough info to seal that round exactly where he wants it to be. And not a single frag goes the way of Victoria's. At Gozrain, this could just be the story of them mopping up what could have otherwise been a dangerous opponent. Just because they're on that comfort zone, they're on Ancient. If you weren't here for map 1, Victoria's deservedly one nuke picked into it, and well, now it's God's Reign fairly consistent on Ancient to get that victory, and we could be seeing more of the same. Nothing bought into it. Glock's just going one by one. Revan farming up that cash. Nothing special. We get that run quickly out of the way as we go into our guns. The AKs will be bought up. Champ's the one with the utility as well as Razor. Let's see what kind of site take they have planned for us here. Already very forward into middle. Flash doesn't deter him at all. Full control granted. But Lane, on the other hand, is not granted. Barbie turns around, he sees the player, but he still turns around and gets the kill. Trusts in his teammate, and his teammate does reward that trust. He is still alive. But he doesn't realize that there's another player right there. He had the opportunity to get his gun out. It was actually a whiff right there. And Benzine, he's got his own time to turn around and get those frags. But there's another player right here. He makes his presence known, but that kill is not clean. And Benzine, once again, 3 kills in the round. He recovers that situation perfectly. And now it's all up to Revan. 1 on 2. He has a general idea of the positions, but it's been a while now. Oh. I mean, if he's made his position known already, he may as well pick up an AK. And slowly realizing the fact that there's no player behind him. Gets that bomb down. Does recoil master. And he reads the play, but he can't get the shot down. If he had an AK, he would have won that one, but opts not to pick it up, pays the price. It's a matter of percentages and minute decisions. A butterfly flaps its wings. Revan picks up an AK instead of keeping his M4. And maybe the round and the half goes differently, but Victoria's pick up that first nonetheless. It looked like it was a done deal after Barbie got all those kills in middle, but Benzine's got his own heroics. A very aggressive lurk play. For a moment it looked like he was, and he is going to go through the smoke. He's just playing to contain, but Revan's AWP is preventing this entire A play from happening. He sees another player and he gets that frag. They're just letting him have a shooting gallery here. He may even get one more. His teammates are going down. It's a 3-on-2. R2 saves him by clearing out the lurk. The round is still winnable for Victoria's, but the problem is they don't have any positioning or utility. And with that, it's going to be even more difficult. Revan with that no-scope. Clearing it out. Cham making a Hail Mary play through that smoke. Can't blame him for it, but it does mean that God's Reign win another round. The instant elbow smoke lobbed out, but it doesn't look like that'll be a huge obstacle. I say that, but they don't even opt to push through it. They respect it. Bomb leaning towards A very early. No presence towards B in the slightest. Sooner or later, the players are going to find this out very quickly. And it's fired up in Barbie alongside Finn to just tidy this one up. Bomb not spotted, so everybody's still on guard, but it was just a couple of pistols at the end of the day. And Victoria's are going to have to do something about this lane control sooner or later. They did manage to get a miracle round thanks to Benzine having a couple of nice 180s, but that's not really going to give you consistency. You're going to want to molly them out, flash them, do anything in your power to prevent them from just constantly gaining this control over and over. And you can see they've decided to do it now. They're going full aggressive into cave itself. Flashed into it. Arakin going forward. They've already got 1 kill. So it's a 4-on-5 advantage situation. There's a 3-man lean towards B, and so Victorious are taking their time, letting them make a mistake while this regress does go on. But the regress, they're just not ready for it. The kill wasn't clean, but if the job was done nonetheless. Barracan finishes that one as well, but they don't know necessarily that there's a second player here, do they? R2 was tagged down. It all depends on how diligent they are, and clearly not aware. R2 giving that one for free, should not have gotten away with it. Low HP, low ammo, everything pointed against him, but it doesn't seem to matter in the large scheme of the round. Fired up, 1-on-3 to play for. Bomb is being planted. He has a real chance. He's got a kit. He's got utility. And he's even allowed to reload. They line up for him, but he can't get the lineup in time. And it could have been very dangerous, but Victoria's finally deciding to counter directly that lane aggression by pushing into cave. And that cave lurk does pay dividends, despite the fact that God's Rain pushed down ramp. Eric is allowed to wrap around through cave and shoot Bavi in the back, and that's what makes the difference at the end of the round. Because if they're allowed to escape 2 men down ramp and all the way back into side, then getting into the bomb side becomes a tall order. Smoke lobbed towards that donut position. Mid is locked out. Nothing should be visible. Fired up. Naita clear. Sees nothing could lead to a change in positioning, but R2's pushed in. He's going further on. That cubby hole is not safe, my friend, but it turns out Arakin's got it under control. No need to worry at all. And this 1-for-1, they know there's another player behind it, and they instead opt to go behind that smoke and fall back. Now, Fired Up's on a bit of an island here. He has no backup or utility to re-smoke this. It's a minute 15. And so Victorious wants to smoke phase. They'll have plenty of time, and they've got way more utility. I mean, look at the treasure trove that they have. Once these smokes fade, they can flash into any angle they so choose. And so it seems like a shame the dry peek here. Fired Up, he could be given a jewel. It's only a jiggle. Playing it safe. And the reswing is unsuccessful. Champ finishes that one off. Finn abandons his teammate, falls back. They could already be playing for a save, but time is ticking. The bomb is being picked up en route to B. Finn could choose the right timing to swing on into this. 20 seconds. This is getting awkward. He reveals his play a little bit early, but finishes off a damaged player. The problem is Bavi went down. If Bavi had stayed alive there, he could have probably managed something, but as it stands, he's tagged down. The spam won't really do much. Revan's probably already looking to exit out of this. He's actually sticking around. His teammate falls down. If he had gotten that kill, oh, he does. It takes him a little while. He's aware of the fact that there's presence ramp, but doesn't know where the second player could be, and it's too much worry to go for this, knowing how valuable that AWP is to your CT setup. Lucky to make it out of that one. And so Victoria's not giving up just yet. Ancient, relatively even map for both sides. Wouldn't say there's a strong advantage either way. And so it's fairly impressive to have them still be so competitive, despite the fact that they lost the real opportunity on Anubis. Not necessarily in terms of map points or anything, but there was a chance, and they let go of control early in that first half, or late in that first half, rather. Fired Up's gonna have a tall order in his hands. They know that the weaponry is limited. They should have heard those Molotov ticks, but it doesn't matter if you can't finish that one. Barbie can't do anything more with his limited weapons, and Revan's probably just going to save again. Well-coordinated take. It's very easy to fall victim to a lurk player or something untoward, an off angle, but the molly is correct, the flashes are correct. The side take is pretty good. Revan's doing a great job staying alive, but hold on, he's actually going for this. He's picked up the AK. He's going straight for it. He could have had time. It's very interesting to see Revan actually go for that one. Getting a little bit too desperate this early in the half is not boding well. They don't have enough money for that AWP. Revan may never get that AWP again if they buy this round. And that's a real possibility. Looks like they're okay with not prioritizing it. If this half becomes like a 7-5 or an 8-4 even, Revan may have just preferred saving in a way more passive manner. Dare I say it. Molly to prevent cave aggression has failed to do its job. Finn is already past it. Accepts the chip damage and goes forward, but forget about the chip damage. They're going into the bomb site. Arakin, instant headshot onto R2. They should know there's another player here if they're diligent about it, but they could assume that R2 was that player and he fell back. Arakin is just turning around. This mechanical ability, swiveling around with that AK. And Finn just manages to get one, but can't get another. And the riflers are starting to really activate. These are some rigorous and fast sight takes. Smokes down. The entry pathing is very accurate. It's a hard angle to clear. Up on top of that boxer in cave watching ramp. It's anything but a conventional angle. It's a little sliver. And they still managed to get that one done. And I mean, as I said, it's going to be difficult. If Revan wants to get that AWP, he's going to have to buy it next round. But he could have had it this round if he had just saved. And if they want to, they can't even entertain any serious force buy situations if Revan wants it. He's been one of their standouts. 11-4. But a lot of those kills have just been in the process of saving it. So, how much impact that has is really up to neither you nor me. Now, this mid aggression is nice control in theory, but the problem is they've lost the bomb site already because they were playing 0-A to start the round. 1-A is at least fair, but starting 0-A into an A rush is simply unfortunate. It's the exact read. And that quarter plant goes through without issue. So 5v5 retake. Barbie and Fired Up, the only people with anything worth saving. There's no reason for Revan, R2, and Finn to not go for this. But of course, if they get nothing done, then maybe there's nothing to discuss in the first place. It seems like that's going to be the case. Arakin has been getting some pretty impressive headshots so far. And let's see whether as soon as the AWP is out, if that is exactly what the difference maker was, whether those few rounds that were lost will actually come back to haunt God's reign. Because this isn't like Anubis where they can be accepting of a 4-round CT side. I would say you would want to look for quite a bit more. Arakin, that's a bit too aggressive for me, my friend. Molly held through the smoke. His teammate falls behind him. He goes down as well. Deep smoke onto the door. But even that nade to break it through allows Barbie to get one. And for all this aggression the Victorias have been putting up, this is the one time where it completely fails because they try to go through that lane smoke. And Arakin is just a bit too clumsy. You can't let your guard down in a situation like this. Even if you have God's reign in a position of weakness. The individuals are still more tenured. They're still a bit more experienced. You can't be that lax. Again with this aggression, but this time Finn is not punished at all. It's been a while since we saw this. Earlier in the half, this was what Victorians were looking to punish, and it's been such a delay that maybe they forgot it was a problem in the first place. Fight up, spotted out. 3 on 5, so you should do well to just retreat here. And they've got no positioning towards B, they've got no positioning towards mid. Limited utility, maybe one regress left in them. It's just going to have to be an A play. And it looks like Gozren are gearing up for a fast retake because they've just let Revan play this solo. If he gets taken off of this angle, if they lose his bump site, he spots the shadows. He knows that there's a play going on here. The rotation should be a little bit faster than this. If he gets caught out, if he goes a little bit too far, could be a problem. But if he gets the kills, maybe it doesn't matter at all. It gets 2. Molotov takes him down, but it's not enough to kill him, and he's done his job anyway. Recall Master goes down. 6-6 half. On the back of Finn and Revan, the stars of the show up to save the team when they need him most. Pistol round of the second half, pivotal to decide the direction, of course. 6-6 half. Momentum's pretty important here. Insanely heavy mid lane. There's only one player who's not in this clump, this mob of players. But it doesn't seem to be much of a hindrance to them. Recall Master's already got 1 kill. Bomb's not even down yet. Despite the fact that they left the entire bomb site gone. Benzine just goes through this. He gets a kill, but Finn had 3 in the meantime. How did Finn even manage that? What a flick from Benzine. It's a 1-on-2 now. Would have been a 1-on-3 in total. He's got no kit. He knows generally where the players are. And I don't think they'll be baited in by this diffuse too much longer. He realizes that too, and he goes for that. Nearly gets that kill, but he can't finish it. And Bavli lets him know. Lets him know how close he was. And yet how far, because that pistol could mean everything. Gozren can pick up another free round off the back of that. Victoria's are now playing off the back foot. Coming back into this map. And especially considering that they had that lead, it's going to be really tough. Yet another USP stack. Gets 1 kill. Finn has been farming these kills up. He's now 18 and 8 thanks to a couple of pistol and eco frags. Although it should be stated that pistol frags are actually fairly important and impactful, especially in this current economy. It's not negligible, that's for sure. And you know what? 3 frags. Regardless of that flash, he does go down. 3 frags on the USPs. Better than they could have requested. But they're going to have to do a little bit more than that. It's not out of their reach just yet. Because it was such a close half. They have plenty of time to come into this, but it's just going to be uncomfortable. The many M4A1Ss and 1 for Mars. Not opting for the MP now, which is very interesting. We see a lot of success with MP9s, but Recall Masters not afraid at all. Gets that kill straight through that mid smoke. Pops it open, gets the frag. And I mean, look at this positioning from Arakan and Champs. They've just got full reign over the entire map. They know exactly where the play is. And now that they've gotten that kill, despite the fact that that one has cleared the bomb site, it should still be within their control unless they give away each frag. And now the gate is open. Arakan's gone too far to mop this one up. They don't even know that he's here. The problem is, because they don't know he's here, they actually don't even feel the fact that they can rotate. And Arakan, I mean, he can clear this one out all he wants, but the bomb is going alone. And he's being watched for. This is a very weird round. The bomb is so far separated from the rest of the players. And Benzene is too afraid to cross past red. He does just make it in time. Keeps his presence a secret. Gets that first frag. Notices that that's the bomb and drops away, but he doesn't check for Donut. He almost had a chance there. If he got that frag fired up, Revan was so low and he was flanking, but one bullet would have done the job. Instead, Victorious now have to do another save, perhaps a low buy. And now it really is running away from them. It was already well fought beyond the expectations, but now that you're in the position to do... Oh, I don't think that's where that was supposed to go, was it? Maybe it was. But anyway, the USPs and the 5.7s and such, they've actually managed to do a little bit more than you might expect. And even another kill. Benzene stumbles into that kill almost. Finch lets him have it. Hold on a second. Okay. Champ had a real opportunity. Now they know where Benzene is. Benzene knows where the bomb is, but I mean, there's only so much you can do. He does have armor. He does have an AK. I'm surprised that he is so passive about this, but as soon as the bomb plan goes down, he'll know exactly what the play is. Still expecting a lurk. Technically speaking, he does have the time for this. I don't think there would be a kid in place, so it's going to be now or never. Smoke and diffuse is active. Nade to break it open, and he's just completely caught off guard. Doesn't know where to look. God's Rain. Breathe a sigh of relief. They've staved off of these close rounds time and time again now. 6-6.5, now 6-10. Just a little bit of push left to go and they can declare themselves winners, although this is the first time I think they've been truly tested in a final like this. So props to Victorious, but let's not write them off just yet. Now going for a more typical setup, the solo AWP into A and letting the riflers take that mid and B control. We'll see if they can manage it. Razor does remind me of a techno 4K-esque player. Can have impact, if not insane stat line. Shadow spotted, but Benzi doesn't commit to it. Wise to do so, because nobody's behind him. Flashed in. He knows there's a player doing that, but he can't finish the job. Arrogant does get one. He prevents it from going out of control, but the bomb site isn't properly defended and ready for this. His teammates are coming back and helping him out now. And they don't really have the resources to delay for it, but he's managed to fish out Revan, who got himself stuck in that corner. If he goes for this peak, though, it's going to be real risky. Besides, against it, it's very much on an island here. The players might be caught completely off guard. How much can they see? Fired Up could just get 2 free kills here. And indeed he could. Indeed he does. Champ doesn't quite die, but I mean, the job has been done. Recall Master, Kit, AWP. As soon as that nade comes out, he'll get peeked any moment now, and indeed Finn finishes the job. Quick little teabag to let him know. And I mean, Recall Master has just not had that impact on the AWP. In the first place, the opportunities have been limited, but when he had it, he picked it up and was just not in the right place at the right time. A little bit of dynamic play was required of him and he couldn't get it in time. Now a little half buy, good nade, good damage. And they've got a huge push coming into cave. We've seen this happen before. We've seen this exact thing happen before, and it's worked every time against God's Drain for the openers. The problem is, can they actually make a round out of it this time? They've picked up the AKs. Now, of course, they don't have a kit for it, so they're going to have to be, once again, a little bit proactive. And that's what I'm talking about. Get that AK and fight for it. Arakin takes that to heart, takes down Finn. Now it's a 4-on-2. Positions unknown, bomb unknown. Everybody opting to take individual peeks. A little bit risky. Champ in this corner, instead opting to catch somebody off guard, and he may indeed do so if he peeks out at the right time. R2 actually spotted him, but he activates like a sleeper agent in that corner, and Snapping Turtle gets the job done. There's only one job left, and it's Revan with that AWP. Now, if he was really daring about it, he would have dropped this AWP out of the map and not let them have it. The way he's playing for it now, it may actually be even riskier to let them have the AWP. And I think he's thinking about it now, he's realizing maybe I should try and throw that one away, or at least save. The economy is still a bit too weak to let the CTs hunt freely. It's great to have a 3-mapper final. Oh no, hold on. Razor a little bit too eager there. Gives away a frag for no reason, but regardless. Slowly and surely, Victorias are creeping back into this game. 4-round gap is still pretty large considering that it's 7-11, but crazier things have happened. Three AKs on the CT side as well. That instant headshot potential. I mean, we've seen what Arakin can do on that AK. We should just let him go where he wants right now. Recall Master, perhaps best suited to just solo holding A and letting the riflers go crazy in mid and on B. Not his best day. And indeed, Razor, who was a standout performer on Nuke, fairly average on Anubis, has now completely disappeared on Ancient here. And so if he can get on board, if Recall Master can start getting some of those easy kills that are necessary for an AWP on Ancient. Okay, that's an interesting way to do it. They just peek straight into that A main, not realizing that there was an aggression going on there. Revan gets that frag. Smoke obscures his teammate's vision. Razor whiffs an entire magazine, and this is how it collapses. Unprompted for absolutely no reason. They push into A main, and this is what separates the best team from just another one. When it comes down to it, when the round is important, they just lose all sense of cohesion, all focus, go for that peek into A main. One-man peek, full confidence, not thinking about the general aspect of the round, and that's what's going to cost him in the end if they can't finish this one now. The weaponry isn't too terrible. They could finish it, but Revan's ready to just knock this one out of the park right now. Takes down Champ. He's going to have to watch as his team individually fights for it all, but they're not done fighting. They take control of lane. Deep smoke into doors. Bobby making no secret of his presence in cave. He is a little bit stuck right now, and they might try and isolate him. But Arakin has bigger problems than that. It is a 3-on-4, but Revan is quite low. They regroup towards A main. Arakin could catch him off guard here. Arakin's not had it here before. He clears the angle, but they don't look at him. He gets one kill and he gets a second. That should be enough. Alongside Razor's frag on the other side. R2's now got a 1-on-2 clutch. Kit's in play. AK's in play. Oh, but this solo play could lose them the entire round. If Benzine doesn't play for a little bit of info, if he goes for the full swing here. Oh, he spots him. He should have spotted him. He didn't spot him, and that's going to be his downfall. Information conveyed. Razor, he's had a terrible half so far. He just opts to stick it, and sticking it is the wrong idea. God's reign. They take that victory 13-7. It was a tough first map for them, but in these last two maps were reminded once again why they are the best team in the region. Congratulations to God's Reign. Very well played. And I mean, if we're talking about commiserations, we should also discuss how well the game was played from the side of Victoria's. Victoria's was fairly consistent throughout. It was just near the end of games, they just couldn't have that killer instinct to close out a series. And that's the kind of instinct that loses you series against a player like Finn and a player like Revan. You could see towards the second half, Revan was just peeking straight into it. And, you know, I would say, you know, commiserations for sure. Benzene played fairly well. I think you have to give credit where credit is due on the other side. But Revan, probably the MVP if I had to give one out, which I don't have to, but, you know, a little bit of bonus discussion. And so, congratulations to them for that victory. And that brings us to the end of Dust2IN Masters. I've been, once again, your host, analyst, caster, commentator, observer. You know, the man behind the screen, one could say, backpackbrain. And thank you very much for, you know, giving me the opportunity to bring you the best of Indian Counter-Strike. The RMR will show up in about a week or so. Unfortunately, what do you call it? A little bit preoccupied, but I'm sure someone will be here to bring you the action on Dust2IN, so be sure to tune in for that. And that's all. That's all I've got for you. Of course, you can exclamation mark caster if you want to see more of me, and that's all I got for you today. Thank you very much, and I'll see you again perhaps in a month for another delivery of the best that Indian CS has to offer. Goodbye, and stay loving Counter-Strike. Stay awesome. See ya.